And it's great.
Greetings, 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 family, friends, and the world. This is Mikael Eric Harris, better known as the Juice, also known as the Alkaline Water Guy. How is everyone doing this night? Uh, this is Mikael's Knowledge of Truth, and yesterday was the first day of what we call September. First day of September, which was 9/1/2025, which everybody called, what is it, Memorial Day or Labor Day? I think it's Labor Day.
Labor Day.
Is it Labor Day? I don't worship none of that stuff or recognize it, so I'm just resting most of the day. So, want to say greetings, everyone. How is everyone doing on this beautiful night? This is the night after Monday, which is the night before, quote unquote, Tuesday, which is the second night of the week. Actually, it's the third night of the week, truthfully. It's the third night of the week, going into the third day. But other than that, we're going to start off with our prayer. This is Mikael's Knowledge of Truth. We're going to go into our prayer. And as I'll share with everybody, I had to have surgery last Wednesday because I cut a tendon in my baby finger, the knuckle of my baby finger. So cut a tendon, but I didn't break a bone. That's the difference. So other than that, we're gonna go with a prayer, and then we're gonna see what the Father has us to what's in store for us tonight, whatever comes through the Spirit. So as we say, blessed be thou, Father of the universe, that bring forth all living creatures forth from the earth. Blessed be thou, Father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Blessed be the Father of Israel. Blessed be the Father of 12 tribes of Israel. Thank you, Father, for all you've done, been doing, and plan to do. We ask you to keep giving us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, life, health, and strength, food, shelter, and clothing. Let us be happy, healthy, wealthy, wise, and prosperous in all that we do. We ask you to keep leading and guiding us so we can help leading and guiding others in your knowledge, your word, your ruach, and your way. We ask you to keep your knowledge within us that we may retain your knowledge and your information and your word. We ask you to keep your armor protection on us at all times, keep us in every way, help us in every way, and forgive us in all the things that we have done in our iniquities in time past, today's time, and time to come. We ask you to forgive us of the iniquities and the transgressions that we have done against you, your word, your law. Forgive us, our ancestors, and our forefathers. We've transgressed against you, and you've also transgressed against us. So forgive us in every way, and we ask you to lift the spirit of deep sleep from off of us and help us in every way, whether it is physical, mental, emotional, financial, or spiritual. In all these things we pray. Hallelujah. 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 Thank you, Father. Well, somebody's Earth Day today. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, family, friends, and the world? What's happening? Um, yeah, where we at right now? The night is Mikael's Knowledge of Truth. We're here on Zoom, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube Live. And if anybody like to know, my YouTube Live is Juice Pro 33. That's JUICE PRO 33. All together. Juice Pro 33. Um, Let's see what Father have us for us tonight. Last night, I was sharing information on what's your purpose. That's what I started on last night. Heading in from Sabbath information when Saul tried to kill David, and then yesterday I went on what's our purpose. What's our purpose in life? What is our purpose in life? You know. Greetings, Lay. How you doing? Glad we could see you come in with us at 9 o'clock tonight. Glad you could be with us tonight. Hopefully everything's going well with you and your family and children.
Yes, it's good to be here.
Say again, sis.
I said yes, all is well. It's good to be here.
Yeah, good. Good to hear from you and good to see you. So yeah, like I was saying, we're just getting started. We tonight is Mikael's Knowledge of Truth. As I was just sharing with everyone, we last night we were speaking on what's our purpose. that we were speaking on last night. And I went from what's our I was asking what is our purpose because of the things that's going on today, the things that is happening, and how we are living. The way we're living, how we're living, and what are we to do. That's the reason why I asked the question. One of the reasons why I asked the question. And another reason is because we all made it to this plane for a purpose. It's a purpose we made it here to live, to know, to grow, and to help each other. One of those purposes is for us to keep, or mainly to grow the Creator's kingdom and to have a chance to be in the kingdom. When I say the kingdom, I mean this world is already in chaos. Let's put it like that. This world is in chaos already. Crazy. This world is crazy, is in chaos, and a lot of things is happening. And things are being put in order. People can't see these things being put in order, but things are beginning to be put in order. A lot of the masses can't see it because they're blind. A lot of them are blind because of what they've been taught. Now, as of yesterday, I was sharing information. Baby, baby, can you pull up that video that I was telling you about the 1913? Yeah, it's on my YouTube as well. I mean, on my Instagram and YouTube as well. If you want to pull it up, because I want to show that. Oh, I didn't know you was on the phone. I'm sorry. She's on the phone. So, and my other devices are occupied. But other than that, the reason why I'm asking and saying that is because how this system has abducted and taken control of the people. When I say the system, I'm talking about this government, this so-called system, this so-called government, which is the satanic system, this Roman Empire of where we are today. Actually, the Greek and Roman Empire, but we're in the legs and feet of Rome in this day and time. We're in the legs and feet of Rome in this day and time, according to Daniel chapter 2, starting at verse 36. So this is where we are, or you could say starting at verse 30, 30 or 31. So and just sharing the information is because a lot of people don't know where we are today. They just living life, not understanding, have no understanding, and don't even realize where we are in this day and time or where they are in this day and time. A lot of people still looking for the mark of the beast to come, and the mark of the beast and came and gone. A lot of people are still looking for the new world order. The new world order and came and gone. It's as a new world order has been here. And that's what that link was about the 1913 that this dude broke it down out of TikTok. And I was looking for it. I ended up finding it today, but I put it in the post of yesterday. I might put it in the post tonight. It all depends on what the way this conversation goes. But the guy broke down the information about the IRS was created in 1913. Um, um, I can't remember everything they said happened, but majority of everything they did, according to the takeover, was in 1913. They started the World War One. They started World War One in 1914. 1912, I think they sink the Titanic. They sink the Titanic. Oh, excuse me. This mucus is coming up. So in 1912, they sink the Titanic. It's a lot of things that was happening around that time that we can see in this day and time that had happened and what they planned. Or when I say them, I'm talking about the system, those banksters, the ones who are in charge, the Rockefellers, the 13 families, governing families. We might as well say. But the point is, where are we today? How much do we know? A lot of us have been brainwashed in the things that has been placed out there but we choose not to research or understand. And this is the reason, again, it says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. A lot of our people don't research. We don't try to find out knowledge. We just live day by day, not realizing what's going on behind the scenes. And also not realizing, I have a DVD called The Corporation. And in the corporation, it's like you have these cubicles. These people sitting in these cubicles, you know how you be at work, they've been in the cubicles doing their work, and you got these giants walking around the cubicles, looking at the people in the cubicles. That's what's been going on with the people who've been planning your future. When I say your future, the system of the people's future. They plan to do what they're planning on doing, just like we end up finding out computers and electric cars and all this stuff was done years ago, maybe centuries ago. You know, in the early 19s, in the 1800s, 1700s, they had a lot of the things that people are coming up with today. Maybe the model was different, but the concept was already there. And the people is just getting on and thinking, oh man, if you think about, look at Star Trek. Everybody understand. Y'all remember the original Star Trek with Captain Kirk? Remember they had the flip phones back then. They didn't start coming up with flip phones until what? The 90s? 2000s? As far as I know. Let me see. Yep, because I got my first flip phone, but I had made it from Germany already. I was in Germany and they had cell phones. I didn't get one until I made it back here. A long while after I made it back here, back to the States. But the point I'm getting at is they had flip phones long before it was presented to the people. They are 10 to 15, 10 to 20 years, maybe 50 years now ahead of the people. They made plans. When I say they, I'm talking about the system, the satanic system, the Roman government, the planners of the quote unquote earth. I might pick up where I left off yesterday. Because I'm trying to show people the system. I try to show, excuse me, I try to show the system according to prophecy and what was prophesied. What was told in prophecy, what was going to happen, who was going to be in charge, and who was going to take charge. Yesterday, I went into how Esau has the dominion and how Esau has taken charge of after what is our purpose. You know what I'm saying? I was asking, what's our purpose? What is our purpose for being here? And we have a purpose, but we have been taken off our guide on our purpose to what the world has fit for you. And I remember making a statement. I heard a long time ago, but I remember making a statement within the last week or two. When a child grows up, let's just say it's as many of us in school, right? We all in a class. Everybody grows up, they have ambitions, they have a mindset, they have imagination of thinking, this is what I want to be when I grow up. This is where I want to be when I grow up. But none ever think about they wanted to be a crackhead when they grew up. None never thought about they wanted to be a dope dealer. Some did after they got to start seeing it, they start wanting to follow that lifestyle. But when they first started, they didn't want to be a dope dealer, crack dealer. Some used to want to be cops. I remember I used to wanting to be one when I was a child because I thought cops was good. That's the image that we saw of cops, police officers, policy officers is what their real title is. I used to want to be one when I was a child. But the way they grow up today, they break their oath. They don't keep their word. They are against the law, which they are not a part of the law anyway. They are legalese. Now we come to understand for those who are in the knowledge and in the know of information, now you know the difference between legal and lawful. A lot of people think legal and lawful are the same thing. but legalese is of the corporation. The corporation is what the world is under the Vatican, the Pope, and the industrial complex of England. They have taken over the earth, which is the Roman Empire. They are the Roman Empire, all working in conglomerate. And let me get to that point real quick. They're working all together, and this is the reason why I said the iron should be broken in pieces. Now I can read that down today. And we're gonna go to Daniel chapter 2 real quick. Daniel chapter 2. I like going into prophecy. I like showing people where we are today in the book. A lot of people just read the book just to be reading the book. Oh, this is what the book said, and this is what the law said, and this is what we're supposed to be doing. Which is what we're supposed to be doing. But the Father has also given us warning. He's given us information. He's given us situations to understand and be aware of if you choose to take upon and see what's going on. If you choose not to see for yourself, that's on you. If someone come to warn you and you don't take heed to the warning, that's on you. That's your Ezekiel chapter 33, which I did end up sharing last night at the end of everything, the last three or four verses in Ezekiel 33. But let's get back over here. Let me see. Now, we're going to go back over here. We'll start over again at verse 31, and we're going to read it down to 45 today. This is Daniel chapter 2. We can ready to show the system, prophesies what was to happen in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. When he was the king, he had a dream, and Daniel interpreted the dream. We're going to start at verse 31. Daniel chapter 2, verse 31. And it states, Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. A great image. You see what he said? He didn't say statue. He just said a great image. I was sharing yesterday. Anything can be an image, you know. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee. Was before, and the form thereof was terrible. Right? The form thereof was terrible. 32. This image's head was of fine gold. The head was of fine gold. His breasts and arms of silver. The breast and arms is of silver. His belly and thighs of brass. His legs of iron. His feet part of iron and part of clay. Right? 34. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands. Now, as I always break down, the head was Nebuchadnezzar, the breast or chest and arms was of the Medes and the Persians. These are the world powers in their times. Then the torso to the thighs, or I guess you could say to the buttocks, was Greek. That was the Greek. Then you had the legs. Both legs and the feet was of iron, but also the feet was part of iron and clay. This is the last position of the time and the day we're in. We're in the feet right now. We're in the feet of iron and clay right now. So, verse 35. 34. Now, 34. Thou sawest till a stone was cut out without hands. A stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet, that were of iron and clay, and it brake them to pieces. Let me tell you what that is. A lot of people seen this. I heard nobody speak on itself. I ain't never heard nobody speak on itself for myself what the stone was. And that stone was the commandments. That stone was the commandments upon the people that the Creator put his law in their inward parts. That stone is the commandments because the stone is the commandments that the Father wrote on the stone and gave them to Moses. Moses gave them to the children of Israel, gave the law, which is the law, to the children of Israel. The children of Israel were supposed to keep the law, but now the law is in their inward parts. So that law that was on the stone is on their inward parts now, and this is how Israel going to rise in the earth and take over the earth in due time. Everything is in the process of time. His legs, I'm sorry. 34. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out with thy hands, which smote the image upon his feet, that were of iron and clay, and break them down. 35. Then was the iron, the clay, then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken in pieces together. He broke it all down and became like the shaft of the summer threshing floors. And the wind carried them away, blew them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain. This is the creator mountain, which is the creator's kingdom. That mountain meaning kingdom. The whole earth is going to be his kingdom, and we're going to be a kingdom of priests and priestesses. Well, I'm just going to say because Father don't have priestesses, but he do have prophetesses. So we're going to be a kingdom of priests and fill the whole earth. Now, let me give you that real quick before I go on. I'm going to show you how that there in the stone that was smoke, that smote the image became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. This is where we get ready. Now let me give you the conclusion, not the conclusion, but the key to that. Exodus chapter 19, verse 5 and 6. I like giving clues. Here a little, there a little, as the words say. Exodus 19. Verse 5 and verse 6. I'm giving you the key to that. Exodus 19, verse 5 says, Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, if ye will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine. Didn't I say that he's gonna we're gonna fit the they're gonna fill the whole earth? For all the earth is mine. And then what it says in verse 6. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. You see that? And a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. Now let me hit it all together and read it straight through. Verse 5. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine. And ye, which is you, shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. The Creator said that to Moses to tell the children of Israel. As we see at the end of this again, verse of 35, it says that no place was found for them, and the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, which is a great kingdom, and filled the whole earth. That's the reason why we're going to be a kingdom of priests in due time. Right now, the satanic forces have the earth. And by them having the earth, and I shared last night, Genesis chapter 27, when Esau shall have the dominion. It said that he said, by thy sword shall thou live, meaning by war shall thou live. When it said the first should be last and last should be first, we was the first to get our blessing, but the last to come in place. The last one that got his blessing was the first one to come in place. And you have to read this, Genesis 27 to understand the two blessings. Blessing, I don't like saying be less. the blessings of Esau and of Jacob. Jacob got his blessing first because it was told through prophecy while they was in the belly that the elder gonna serve the younger. But Jacob got his blessing first, but he gonna get the blessing last. Esau got the blessing last, but he got his blessing first. He's in charge of the earth right now. And I don't mean just the white man, not the Mexican, what they call them, the Arabians or whatever. It's the ones in power. That's who it is. Because their seed is in our nation. Their seed is in all the nations across the earth. Verse 36. This is the dream. Now Daniel is going to interpret the dream. This is the dream that we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. 37. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, a king of kings. This is in the time of Babylon. In that time. For the Father of heaven has given thee a kingdom. Remember, there were many kingdoms in the time of Babylon. The Medes and the Persians, nope. I think they had a kingdom at the same time as well, because they talked about it at a certain point. But the Assyrians had a kingdom, Chaldeans had a kingdom, the Ethiopians had a kingdom, all the different Egyptians had a kingdom, all the different nations and nationalities had a kingdom after Babylon, after the Tower of Babel, when they all were separated, went their own separate ways, and grew to be a kingdom from wherever they were. That's why it says a kingdom. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the Father of heaven has given thee a kingdom, power, strength, and glory. 38. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven, have he given it in thine hand. He given that at this portion in time to Nebuchadnezzar, and has made thee ruler over them all. See, he was ruler over all those things. Thou art this head of gold. That's who was talking at that time. He's the head. 39. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee. That's the chest and breast and arms, the Medes and the Persians. Medes and the Persians. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom, which is the torso now to the thighs, or thighs or buttocks, however you want to call it. That's the Greeks. Those were the Greeks. Of brass, which shall bear rule over all. See, that's your key right there. They shall bear rule over all the earth. Okay. Got a ladybug in here. I ain't seen a ladybug. I don't know how long. Okay, ladybug, what you doing? Yeah, y'all look at that. All right. Let me put you over there. Again, it says in 39, and after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom, which is the Greek, of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. Right? That is your Revelations 12, verse 3 and 4. That was the dragon. Verse 40. And the fourth kingdom is who? The Romans. That's iron. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all these shall it break in pieces and bruise. What did the Roman Empire do? They have subdued everything. Subdued everything. Everything. They've taken over. They've came in, number one, they got both sides. They got church and state. They got church with the Vatican and everything under the quote unquote religious situation. And then they got state, everything when it comes under the rulership of the church, the state, the ward of the state, the warden, they're the wardens. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to war and all this, see, they got it covered on both sides. They got both sides covered. Church and state, all is under the Roman Empire. And listen, people don't know it. They just live it. They got all these codes. What all they have set up? They don't have laws set up. They have codes, statutes, and acts. Acts, codes, and statutes set up. These are not laws. The Creator have laws for us to abide by. But the people don't know that. They just living. They've been brainwashed. They've been tricked out of their inheritance. Yes, we all have an inheritance. And your mother sold your inheritance to them at birth when you got the birth certificate. But that's laid up for you. You just got to know how to get it. It says the wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. But y'all don't even understand the point. The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. If you don't get into your position, they're going to keep whatever it is that's laid up for you. All right. G1, glad you're here, bro. Glad you can make it.
Yeah, I was heavy into that, but I was listening to the audio book of Behold the Pale Horse, like 11 hours, bro.
You going in and out, bro. I can't hear you.
Let me take this. I'm gonna take this.
No, it's not you. It's my computer again. I never got a chance to get a computer.
Okay.
I was planning on getting. Oh, I hear you a little bit now, but I'm just going on sharing. I'm picking up from last night. So I'm just sharing with everybody how the system, according to prophecy, has taken everything and how the iron is the Roman Empire of today. How the iron is the Roman Empire of today. Okay, my brother Alfonso. I haven't seen him in a while. Let me pause this to make sure it's him though. Good to see you, Alfonso. Glad to see you back, bro. It's been a minute. But let me go ahead and get back to what I was sharing. And Alfonso, we got some talking to do at a later time and some things we need to talk about. But as I was just sharing, that the Roman Empire has taken everything from everybody. And just before my brother G1 just came in, Lay was here for a minute. She just dropped out. As soon as she dropped off, G1 came in and my brother Alfonso came in. But as I was just sharing, when you get down to when Daniel chapter 2, and I was actually going in there breaking down, sharing the information about how the system, which is the Roman Empire, is in control of everything today and how they have taken control. I'm picking up from last night. Yesterday I was asking, what's our purpose? Everyone has a purpose in this world today. And I just got through sharing that in this point, that we are the end of everything. We're going to be a kingdom of priests. And I was just reading, starting off from 31, and right now I'm at 40. But right here at 39, it says, and after Nebuchadnezzar, which is the head of gold, he said, should arise another kingdom, which is the Medes and the Persians. This is prophecy of what has happened from time past into where we at today. And at this time, the head was of gold, which is Nebuchadnezzar. The chest and arms was the Medes and the Persians. The torso, which is the Greeks, which it goes to say in verse 39, and after these shall arise another kingdom, which is the breast and arms, which is the Medes and the Persians, inferior to thee, and another third kingdom, which is the brass, which is the Greeks. Brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. This is prophecy that people don't realize. Prophecy is right here in the scriptures, and people look right past it because they don't understand the scriptures. It's closed to them. But the scriptures is wide open for those to the Father who has given the anointing or the understanding to. Got a ladybug been flying around here. Been given understanding to share the information. So it says, and another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. That was the Greeks. That was the Greeks with Alexander the Greek, who took over and they conquered everywhere they went. Then they relinquished their power over to the Roman Empire, which is 40. It says, and the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things, and as iron that breaketh all these shall it break in pieces and bruise. And what I was saying just before y'all came in, how the Roman Empire has taken over everything. They went into everything to the point where they took it over, and then they got on both sides. They've taken over church and they've taken over the state. The church and state. They got both sides. The church from the Vatican all the way down and everything according to quote unquote religious aspect, they've gotten that side. And they've taken over the government, which is actually the corporation of today. They've taken over the government. The government is which is really a corporation, which is not a real government, because the creator laws conduct the real government, but their laws is not laws, but is of legalese. Legalese is what they are of, and legal and lawful is two different things. And as I was saying just before y'all came in, legal is of statutes, codes, and ordinances. They're not laws. And that's the difference. This is the reason why it's two different languages. We'll have the right to bear arms, but they say you don't have the right to carry a gun unless you get permission or a permit. So a gun is different in language when it comes to an arm. And that's the Second Amendment. We have the right to bear arms. And also, I had, matter of fact, I'm going to put it in this one too. I also was sharing last night, it was this guy breaking it down, talking about 1913 is when the bankers, the Rockefellers and all them, they stole the country from everybody. That was their plan in 1913. I put it in my last post of yesterday, and I'm going to end up putting it in the post for tonight as well when I'm done. I actually shared that. And what it was is in 1913, they what they did, they created the IRS. They did, I can't remember all the things that he said that they did, but it's a lot of things that they created in 1913. In 1914 is when they created the World War. World War I. That's the first World War in 1914. But in 1912 is when they sank the Titanic. So it's a lot of information that a lot of us know. We gotta take the puzzles and put them together to understand what's going on, to get a clear understanding of what's happening today. So once we get this clear understanding, we can see what's going on, what's happening, and what's coming about. We have to understand prophecy because the Father laid prophecy out for us to understand. But if we don't go in and see the prophecy of what's been laid out for us, we'll be following the quote-unquote satanic system to their doom. I ain't saying to our doom, because I'm not me. I know where I'm at, and I understand where I'm at and the road that I'm on. But a lot of people is going to follow the satanic system, and Jesus being the Judas goat, they're going to follow Jesus straight to hell. I'm going to say it like that because that's what it is. That's the image in chapter 13 of Revelation. That's the image that was given to the world of the beast. But right now, we right here. So I said I was going to take it to 45 today because yesterday I only gave you so much, but I'm going to bring it all the way down. I took you to the end of 40 yesterday. 41, Daniel chapter 2 and 41 states, and whereas thou sawest the feet and the toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it the strength of the iron For as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with murray clay. We are the clay. For those who are separating themselves from the system, we are the clay. The iron is the system. The iron is the Roman government. The iron is what has everything in place because they take over everything from the seven continents all the way from the baby coming out the womb. They've taken everything. They've taken over everything. They don't leave nothing unturned. Everything that has a barcode on it, they've taken it over. And if you don't have a barcode on it, they control it. Until we come out of the system by becoming, the key word is sovereign. A lot of people, that's a taboo to a lot of people today, but sovereign is your key. And sovereign only means free. And until you get free from the system, you bound in one way or another. It's a lot going on. A lot of people are being freed. A lot of people are coming out. A lot of people are finding their way out. Some are satisfied being stuck in the system. Some satisfied to use the system for their benefit. But they'll never know when that system will turn against you. Look at all the different so-called rappers and stuff like that. I'm just going off on the side note real quick. It's a lot of rappers and stuff out there, and I thought about this just before I got on. It's a lot of people. The stars are falling from heaven. Y'all know what I mean by the stars, the quote-unquote stars? These quote-unquote stars, the singers, these instrumentalists, these people who are doing things today that's in the limelight, these actors, the sportscasters and the sports players and all these people that's in the limelight, all of them have contracts with Satan. If y'all remember, Witchcom used to joke about it. What's his name? David Chappelle used to joke about it. You have to sign something that say in particularly or imperturbably, whatever kind of thing. It means in not only in this life, in the next life. You're signing a contract with the satanic system, which understands contracts. Not only in this life, in the next following life. People are signing contracts not only for the life that they're in right now, but for the life to come that they're supposed to come to. It's your choice to do it. And that's the difference. See, Satan can't make nobody do anything. You have a choice to do or not to do. And all these different stars and people in certain places that's doing certain things, they have given their souls and their spirit over to the satanic forces. And I told you on the side note, that just came the way it did. They've given themselves over to the satanic system, satanic government, and the satanic spirit that is actually harboring their souls, or souls. Why a lot of people get on here, they doing Satan rituals right in front of people's face on TV, at these wards and stuff like that. They're living it and doing it. Cardi B said she want to just live for her children now. But see, she in the contract. Remember? I don't want to sing this stuff. I don't like when them singing there. I want to sing this stuff for my children. But she's doing it to the masses. And she got to be held accountable for it. She going to be held accountable for what she's doing. You signed the contract to do what you do because you want to be famous. Boy, I'm so glad that I didn't get caught up. I almost did. I was close. But I didn't get caught up like that. I didn't sign no contracts. I was just mainly working. I was working for what I did. Woo! It's something, y'all. To see things and understand things for what it really is. It's time to wake up. If we don't wake up, it's our job to wake our people up. But me, I'm just a voice in the wilderness, putting it out there. How many people gonna listen? So, verse 41. And it's the system. Everything is this whole Roman government got everybody. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. See, it's been divided today. The kingdom, what kingdom? The satanic kingdom today, shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, for as much as thou saw the iron mixed with merry clay. We are the clay. We are the ones who are separating themselves. But not only us, we got a lot of people that separate themselves from the system. You got the Moors. You got Moors. Well, I can mainly stick them out there first. You know, you got the Moors. You got the native tribes, the natives. You know, I don't like saying Indian because they're not from India. The native of the land. You got them. You got the Hebrew Israelites standing up now. For those who are coming to know who they are, because the Creator is putting their spirit, His spirit in their inward parts. And for all other nations who's beginning to see, because remember, it's a number that no man can number that's going to stand up in Revelations 7, verse 9. So this is where the separation from the Roman government and the people. This is the separation. For those who decide to separate themselves from the satanic system. But let's keep it moving. Verse 42. Daniel 2 and 42. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. These legalese and stuff that they got going on, that's what keep them strong. But we're the ones who are breaking the kingdom because we are separating ourselves from. We see what's going on. We see what y'all doing. But a lot of people are satisfied with how they're living until they get caught up. When they get caught up, it's a different story. But until they get caught up, oh, the government this, the government that, whatever. But I made a point last night. Up until now, everybody's looking at Trump. They blaming Trump for everything, but they don't blame this government for all the stuff they've done between 1913, 1933 up until today. They don't see nothing. Their constitution have been stripped from them. They can't even see it. Oh, but Trump doing this and Trump doing. No, Trump must be doing something right. He have to be doing something right because the people can't see. They so far in the left, they can't see through the fog. Now, I don't know all the stuff that's going on. My main thing is, I'm not a part of that system. I'm sovereign. You know what I'm saying? I don't vote. I'm in the world, but I'm not of the world. So the point I'm getting at is that Gaddafi, when he was trying to bring the governments together, they wiped him out. Hussein, what they blamed the world centers on his name, Bin Laden. And people still believe that Bin Laden did that when we see them two towers, they got bombed from what they showed us, according to television, what they showed us. They got bombed with two planes. They stood there for a while. Then all of a sudden, they come down in demolition style. And people still believe that other nationalities did that. People still believe that. This is what I'm saying. People are so dumb and vulnerable. They're dumb, they're vulnerable, and they don't know nothing. You can feed them anything and they'll eat it. Feed them anything, they'll eat it. Eat it up. That was good. Don't have common sense to understand nothing. I can see we can think something in the moment because it's happening. Oh, I can't believe that. At the moment, yeah, but time and now you got to think the knowledge that you got to say, wait a minute, hold on now. Why did this building number 7 fall? That had nothing to do with these other ones. People are dumb, stupid, and they're sheeple. But hey, these are the ones you're going to find that's speaking of in Revelations 13, verse 8. Revelation 13:8. Alfonso, talk to me, bro. What's going on?
You said building number 7. What was building number 7, sir?
Building number 7 was the small building that fell. Did you know about that one?
No, not really. No, sir.
Wait, you're going in and out. Say that again.
No, I didn't know nothing about building number 7. Was that the next building close to it?
It was the two twin towers, and then I can't say where it was because I'm looking at it from television. But building number 7 was a big building, and it's a big square, a rectangular building, and it just came down. Google building number 7 in 9/11. When you get
Okay.
time, Google that. Building
Okay.
number 7 at 9/11.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why they wanted to get rid of that building, because the other buildings was always under attack, so they already knew that building was already on the plan.
One more time, my brother. Say that one more time.
Yeah, that building that they tore down had already been hit twice. So, the main two buildings, one of them was already hit. They had already hit that twice, and then all of a sudden they did it the third time. But I'll look it up.
I'm sorry, my brother. I was planning on getting a new computer, but I didn't getting one because of circumstances happening and time situations. But
All right.
my computer's going in and out, so you're going I'm hearing like almost every third or fourth word.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's going in and out.
Oh, okay. All right. I see what you're saying. Your speed on the computer. I see.
That's what it is. Oh, I'm hearing you now. Go ahead and say what you're saying now again.
Yeah, what it is they had already hit that building twice, so they already knew they was trying to hit that building a while ago. So the building in New York had already been hit twice. They just hit it a different time this way.
You're saying they hit it a different time. It was the same. It was the same day though, right?
Well, yeah. No, I'm saying previous in our time in our history, they had already tried to damage that building a couple times.
Oh, really? Now
yeah,
I'm gonna share with you on the live, on the full, on the full Zoom, on the long video. We're gonna be able to hear your whole comment. We're gonna be able to hear your whole comment because on my side, it's something going on with my speaker. That's
okay.
why you're going in and out. But I'm
Okay.
glad you made your comment because I don't know if you know more about that building 7 or not. And I couldn't really hear your whole comment, but when everyone hear the full video, you'll be able to hear his side of the comment and what he was sharing. But yeah, but I'm glad you shared your point of view on that because we all need to know more information what we come to know. But in that whole situation, when that building came down, no one really they didn't plan for people to understand or see what's going on. But everybody seen the building when it went down as well that same day. So it was all planned. It was all planned. They took the treasure and everything off from under the twin towers. They took a lot of they took a lot of I don't want to say treasures or gold and stuff like that from under the twin towers. It was strategically planned. I forgot. I think it was Jed Bush that had. I think I'm not gonna don't quote me. I'm just saying, but they had a demolition come in 2 weeks before that happened with the twin towers. That was working in the buildings at that time. It's a lot. It's two. One of them called Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist is a documentary that got the information in there. It starts off about religion first, but it goes into the Twin Towers and what happened. And it's another documentary called Loose Change. It's another. If y'all get time, check those documentaries out. Loose Change and Zeitgeist. When I had my shop in Atlanta, I still got them, truthfully. I got all kind of DVDs, knowledgeable DVDs of stuff that happened back then, stuff that's going on, stuff that talks about some of the stuff today. Matter of fact, before I even started with those, in '97, I had a 6-hour DVD tape talking about all the stuff that's happened, talking about the smart car, the smartphones, the smart cards, cars, showing that they're gonna be going through different spots, and they're gonna be able to take pictures of certain cars and stuff as they go through. I had information of all that. And I used to send them out. My cousin be like, man, where you get this information from? All this and that. I used to have information. And I was always studying and researching and gathering information. Always. And I will always study because I'm trying to see, I'm trying to see what's going on. I'm trying to be ahead of the game and trying to see what's going on. So I had a 6-hour video I called The Mark of the Beast. I called the videotape The Mark of the Beast, right? But it's a lot of information I come to know about stuff that's going on today. That even the new ID card, the transparent ID card. Before they got the transparent ID card, I had the information on that. You know, Rex 84. I had on that same videotape. It was a document called the Iron Mountain Report. Talk about how they're gonna bring everything, all the services down. They're gonna bring in the UN and the UN troops and stuff to start going around, somewhat like what's going on today, somewhat, but I don't know if it's going on today like the way they planned it, because today it may be going on a certain level, because today the turnaround is coming for the Creator. Order has to be put in place. A lot of people don't realize Trump is carrying out prophecy, whether it's good or if it's bad. He's carrying out prophecy. The people don't realize Trump is carrying out prophecy. One of the things that he's doing is sending people back home. That's another part of prophecy in the scriptures. Everybody gonna be going back to their own land, going back home to their own land. That's another part of prophecy. We gotta rise, but before we rise, they gotta tear themselves down. All this system gotta tear themselves down. So Trump is doing his point in prophecy, where people realize it or not, whether it's for the good or for the bad. He's doing his part. Because if Kamala would have got in place, this would have really been hell. Everything that they was going for, these people for Planned Parenthood is not of the Father. These people with the trans agenda is not of the Father. I said the Father, I'm talking about the Creator. These people are trying to teach these children and develop the mind of these children into this trans and ABC culture is not of the Father. None of that is of the Creator. That's why Trump is in the office. It was prophesied through this guy named, I think my baby, she used to watch, she told me about him when we started watching him. Kim Clement, I think his name was. Kim Clement, and he was a singing prophet. He would sing, but he would prophesy while he's singing, right? And they actually got him on YouTube. If you pull up Kim Clement, and he actually talks about Trump. But this was back in 2000, 2001. 99, 2000, 2001. Long before Trump was even thought about being in this role. And he said Trump is going to get in the office twice. He said it. So, and he said that he's going to be a praying president. So, the stuff that Trump is doing is either for the Creator, it's all for the Creator, but for the people or for the system, it's either for the good or for the bad. But one thing I can tell you is that the fact that these Democrats don't want him and Elon Musk, they came in and they already found all the corruption that was going on that the people didn't know about. But the people is too blind because they got Trump derangement and delusion. They can't see past the truth because they're going against him for being whoever he is. And that shows that a lot of people don't go for the man of Yah. And I'm saying the man of Yah according to him being like Cyrus. If you don't know who Cyrus is, all you got to do is go to Isaiah chapter 45. Start right there. Actually, a couple of verses before 45, but Isaiah chapter 45, it talks about Cyrus. He's the one who allowed the children of Israel to go back to back to Jerusalem after the 70-year period. But that's another story. But that's just an understanding of how Trump is here to do his part. But the people don't even understand. I don't know, I'm just going on right now. People don't even understand. The Father is with him because he avoided being assassinated 2 or 3 times. And when he avoided it, he was protected. And if people can't see that, this is what I mean by they're delusional. They're more for Satan than they think they are. And that's what I'm going to show you in Revelation chapter 13 in a few minutes. I shared it last night, but I'm mostly going through it more today on a more profound situation because I'm going to show you how we're going to end up coming in place. Last night, I started with what's our purpose? What is our purpose here in the earth? Then I went ahead and started saying our purpose is actually start keeping the law and keeping the ways of the Creator. That's our purpose. But in doing that, we had to find out who's in charge and why are they the people in charge today for those who are in charge. For those who are in charge, we had to find out and understand, like I'm sharing with you right now, according to the prophecy that was that Nebuchadnezzar dreamed. And let me get back to that real quick. And it states over here at 42, as the toes of the feet were, because we just got through with 41, 42. Daniel 2 and 42. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken, is where we are today. We're in the feet of that statue right now, of that image. 43. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with merry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. The system is going to mingle themselves with us. Meaning that we're going to be, you see how we are. A lot of us, we get in these positions and we think that we all that. We mingle ourselves in the system because we think the system is the real thing. We got a lot of our people on the police force knowing that the stuff that these cops out here doing is wrong against the people. Like I said, I used to want to be a cop when I was a child. Today, nobody don't want to be a cop. They the enemy now. You see them in the street, nobody don't want to deal with them. They ride up on you. Everything they're doing is against the law. Everything they're doing is against the law. They're supposed to be out here when something happens, they're supposed to be protecting the streets when it comes to a crime. The stuff they're doing, they're committing the crime. They commit the crime. Are you committing? How the cops commit a crime? When they stop you for something that's not a crime, it's a crime. What you mean, Juice? Mikael, what you talk? When they stop you for number one, a speeding ticket, you ain't hurt nobody. I'm not saying we should be out here speeding or nothing like that, but all I'm saying is that if you're trying to get somewhere and you just make a quick, I'm not saying you speed and just trying to, but the whole point is you ain't hurt nobody. You have not hurt no one, you haven't harmed no one, you haven't damaged anyone's property. That's just one speeding ticket. You can run a stop sign by mistake, since all these people be like, oh, you see, when you say something, man, these people they take it to the extreme. So the whole point is that if you run a stop sign by mistake, I'm just gonna say by mistake. I'm not gonna say you did it on purpose. I'm saying you ran it by mistake. You ain't hit nobody, you ain't hurt nobody, you haven't harmed nobody. But if was a fifth, you ain't did it. You ain't hurt no one, harm no. When you do the crime, then you do the time. Beretta, y'all remember Beretta? Y'all remember Beretta? Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Yeah. Don't do it. Don't do the crime. We're supposed to be prepared in everything we do. If you got a broken tail light, they give you a ticket for that. If you got a cracked windshield, they give you a ticket for that. If you got a little something hanging in your window, like a little whatever, memoir, whatever you want to call it, they want to give you a ticket for that. They want to give you a ticket if you make a right turn and you ain't put your signal on. All that's threat, duress, coercion, and extortion. That's what that is. They break the law. No, they break the law, but yet still they sit up and tell you that you're breaking the law. You see what I'm saying? They are against the people. I'm just giving you facts. People can accept it or you can reject it. I'm giving you facts on what they do, what this system is doing against the people. And they feed off you. I'm going to share something with you. I was looking at something today. I was looking at Anton and Anton, what's his last name? I don't know. Anton and Charleston White. I was looking at that earlier today, right? I'm glad I'm putting this in there. I'm gonna just put this on in there. And Charleston White was talking about the system and how the police force has all this money, right? How they get all this money? Do y'all know how they get a lot of money? They get it from you. No different than Elon Musk and Trump was showing you how this system was using the credit and the interest off of not only you as a people, but off the people that has passed, off the dead. They was collecting money off a person that's 300 years old. They're collecting the interest off those, and that's how they're getting paid off you. But you don't know that. You don't understand that because you ain't in the understanding of the trust that they made for you at birth. It's a trust they made for you at birth, which is the estate that you're under, which they call the straw man. But you know something? It's hard talking to our people. They like being dead. They like being ignorant. They love it. But you know something? Time is coming. The Father said he sent a watchman to give you information. If he give you the information and you don't take heed, it's on you. But if he give you the information and you do take heed, you have saved yourself. This is the problem we have today. People don't listen. They have itching ears, but they go out, oh yeah. Ezekiel 33, verse 30 through 33 gives you that information. But let me finish up right here. Not mixed with clay. That's verse 33. Verse 44. Well, let me 43 again, going into 44. 43. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with murky clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, which is what I'm talking about us. We are the seed of men. But they shall not cleave one to another. We ain't going to cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. We're not going to cleave together. Why? Because we're going to start to see, oh, I see what you're doing. Men, you know it says, he said, shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. Men. See, men stand up for right, justice, things that's needed. That's what men do. We ain't talking about these other people, these other, things out here. These Cabbage Patch Kids, let me put it like that. And the ABC community, because they have no identity. They don't have an identity. An identity is when you're a man or a woman. All this other stuff they identify is not an identity. They don't identify with nothing. They're dead. Yeah, they dead. They don't realize it. They're the walking dead. And tell them I said it. Yeah, you're the walking dead. Verse 44. And in the days of these kings shall the Father of heaven set up a king. You see this? It's telling you everything right here. And in the days of these kings, you see, it's telling you, shall the creator of heaven set up a kingdom. So in those days, he's setting up a kingdom, which shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. That 44 is a key that everybody should know and understand. That verse 44, I'm hit it again. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven, the Father, have set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people. What other people is other nations. That's what it's talking about. But it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Now, what do you mean? Let me break it down for you. And in the days of these kings, what kings? In the days of Babylon, the Medes and the Persians, the Greek and the Roman Empire. In the days of Babylon, Abraham was set up. He set Abraham up. Abraham is the father of Ishmael, which had 12 tribes that's supposed to be established. Ishmael had 12 tribes that's supposed to be established that had a blessing upon them. But the true blessing went upon Jacob, which is Isaac's son. Isaac had Jacob, and Jacob had 12 children, which is the children of Israel. We are the children of Israel. That's when you talk about 24 elders, to me, that's the 24 elders that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the 12 of Ishmael and the 12 of the children of Israel. That's me when you talk about the 24 elders. I could be wrong. I don't know. That's just my thoughts when it comes to scriptures. But when it says, and in the days of these kings, like I said, in the time of Babylon, Abraham was stood up. The Father gave Abraham a blessing. He said, "Thy seed shall be as the stars of heaven." Don't forget his seed. So it's not just Israel. It's not just Israel. So you got to understand. People look at one thing, they hear one thing, and they get tunnel vision. Ishmael was his seed, the seed of Abraham. Isaac was his seed, which had Esau and Jacob. Esau is still the seed of Abraham, which is he got the dominion of the earth right now. People don't look at that. He has the dominion of the earth right now. Still, his seed is still as the stars of heaven. But the promised seed is Israel. And that's us growing, and we're on the rise right now. So his seed is, as the Creator said, and he said that, what he say? And in the days of these kings, starting with Babylon first, shall the Father of heaven set up a kingdom. Now that kingdom is coming through us, which shall never be destroyed. That's the kingdom that he's given from Israel. Israel is going to be the ones who's over the kingdom. He's going to put he's going to take the law and put in our inward parts, and those are for the remnant. I kind of shared last night when I broke down and showed you the blessing of, for you, I'm not going there tonight, but for you who want to check it out, if you go to Genesis chapter 27, verse 26 through 29, that's Jacob's blessing. If you go to see, check out Jacob's blessing, is actually, to me, I look at that being individualized. For those who bless thee, they shall be blessed. Those who curse thee, they're going to be cursed. That's, to me, I see that individually in this day and time, according upon the remnant. The remnant, see, everybody think we're all Israel. No, it ain't going to be all Israel going to be saved because we got too many hell raisers in Israel. We got too many demons in Israel. When I say in Israel, I'm talking about Jacob and Israel. Jacob is dead Israel. The Christians out here, these so-called Christians, that's dead. That's Jacob. They don't know who they are. They call themselves African Americans. See what I'm saying? That's two continents. They call themselves black, which is a color. See what I'm saying? They call themselves niggers. They call themselves all kind of other names, but who they really are. They don't know who they are. That's Jacob. They dead. That's the dry bones. That's Jacob. Jacob is the dry bones. They dead in the mind. They don't know who they are. But Israel are those who are awakening. These are the preserved. The ones who are awakening and trying to go, oh, wait a minute, okay, I think I'm Israel because I'm seeing us in the book. I'm seeing it said that he's going to bring us into Egypt again in ships. And we don't know, we know that's not real Egypt, but it's talking about a spiritual Egypt. It's talking about in the mind. They have an understanding. That's the preserved of Israel. But the awoken Israel, like myself, we are awakening those who are trying to be awoken. I'm the one that you will find that they're spoken of in Isaiah chapter 49. Isaiah 49, I'm one of them. Israel is who I am. To preserve is the ones who are awakening. Jacob is dead Israel who may wake up slowly but surely. A lot of people have no understanding. But let's keep it moving. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven, Yah of heaven, Father of heaven, set up a kingdom, which is Israel, which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people. It ain't gonna be left to no other nations no more. Right now, the kingdom has nations all over the earth. You got China, you got all these other nations that stand up with the war, there's warmongering and everything else. Big business in war, right? Shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms. Israel is going to break in pieces. We're breaking out already. We're waking up already, breaking down these kingdoms, letting people know who we are. We got people on the street corners. They have their purpose. Remember I saying, what's your purpose? Why are these people on the street corners yelling at people? That's their purpose. That's their way of waking the people up. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Everything and everyone has a purpose. We all have a purpose in the things that we're doing. Until we get to the next level, you at the purpose you are. You where you are until you get to the next level. When you get to that level, then you got another, that's called Jacob's ladder. Climbing Jacob's ladder. See, remember, if y'all remember the story, Jacob was at the bottom of the ladder. He had a dream. He was at the bottom of the ladder. The creator was at the top of it, but he's seeing angels ascending and descending on and off the ladder, right? You got a lot of Hebrew Israelites, a lot of Christians, a lot of Muslims. You got a lot of people coming to truth. The ladder is truth. They come into truth, then they get off of truth because they're following ideologies. They get on the truth and get off the truth. Get on the truth, get off the truth. But those who are steady, they're climbing the ladder. They're climbing the ladder step by step, inch by inch. The creator is at the end of the ladder, which is the kingdom. This kingdom is the creator, is at the end of the ladder. That's just like you get to the top, to the pinnacle, and it's a whole nother, like it's a ceiling right here. It's a hole in the ceiling. And I got a ladder right here, and I'm seeing the creator on, at the hole on top of the ceiling. I'm down here on the bottom. I'm climbing up. Once I get to the top of the ladder, I step off. It's a whole different world. That's where we're going. Until we get up there, people are still climbing the ladder. Some gonna fall off. Some gonna jump right back on. But the key is climbing the ladder. That's the key. And it's all right here in the book. Again, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms. What kingdoms? Babylon, the Medes and the Persians, the Greek and the Roman Empire. It's a finger right now. The Greek and the Roman Empire. 45. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, that's the law. That's the law that's going to be written in our inward parts. That's the law that's going to take us where we need to be. From here to the kingdom and in your sovereign capacity. That's what this law is. Because you got to come back to the creator in your fullest form. See, a lot of people think just looking at this book, no, you got to come to the creator, and this law, his word is in this book to coming back. When he talks about Zephaniah, as I shared yesterday, Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 2, verse 1, 2, and 3. Come out from among her, my people. No, I say, I'm not a quoter. Arise, O nation not desired. I'm not a quoter, but I can tell you where to go. Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1, 2, and 3. This is us. 45. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, that's the law that was given to Moses. That's going to be put within your inward parts. And that it break in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great Yah have made known to the king. Keep that all the way down to that point. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great Yah has made known to the king what should come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof is sure, meaning it's sure to come to pass. See, a lot of people don't understand what prophecy is. Prophecy can happen today, it can happen tomorrow, or it can happen years down the road. But the fact that the Creator said it, it's going to happen. Oh, it's going to happen. You can believe it, you can accept it, or you can reject it. But it's going to happen because the Father said it. If the Creator said it, it's going to happen. And you can bet on that. Now it all depends on where you fall. Do you fall with the Creator or do you fall outside the Creator? Now, since yesterday, I mainly showed, and I'm sharing right here again, because this is where I started at yesterday, but I didn't do all 25, all 45 verses yesterday. Yesterday I went from 31. I went from 31 to 40 yesterday. Then I went into Revelations and chapter 12, showing who the Greeks was, which is the dragon in chapter 12 of Revelations, verse 3. That's the Greeks. Then yesterday I did all, this is in part 2, I did all of chapter 13, showing you that this is the Roman Empire. And the image that it speaks of in Revelation 13, verse 14 and 15 is your Jesus, your Yeshua, your Prophet Muhammad. That's the image that was given to the world through the Roman Empire. That's the image. But the people don't know it because they don't know. Well, the Father has to give you open insight to understand. But I'm going to give you tonight the other part of our purpose. I don't know if I should call this what's your purpose part 2 or what have you. But what I'm going to give you is this right here. I'm going to go back to verse, where we at right now? We're an hour and 22 minutes in. I'm going to give you this real quick before we go into Israel and the kingdom. See, the purpose is really Israel and the kingdom. That's really the purpose. The purpose is Israel and the kingdom. That's what I might call it. The purpose is Israel and the kingdom. So, I'm only going to give you this real quick. I'm only going to do 23, or I might as well do all this real quick. I might as well go ahead and break that down. But we already so much in because I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to give you more information showing you how that we're going to grow and our purpose in part 2, I'm going to show you how we are to do and come into the kingdom. I'm going to show you that. How we're going to do it in part 2. But right here, we're going to go to chapter 7. I always go to chapter 7 because these are very, I can go to 8 and show you where we're at in today's time. But right now, 7 is the key verse to really open your mind to see where we're at and how the satanic forces took over the world. How satanic forces took over the world when they came into power, which is the beast. So, let me go ahead and break this down because I don't want to go 2 hours in the first point because this is going to be long tonight, but it's good for our understanding, for those who want understanding. Now, Daniel 7, 23 through 27. 23 through 27 first. And then I'm going to give you who we are in this kingdom. 23 right here says, and it tells you right here, this is prophecy. 23, Daniel 7, 23 says, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom. I share this day up, day in, and the people look at it and they still say, nah, that ain't what they talking about. It's saying it in our face right here in the book of prophecy. Daniel prophesizing, showing us. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse, which is different, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms. This kingdom has been different from all. You don't see us living the way them other kingdoms did back in that time. Look how we live today, and look how they have taken over everything, as I was sharing with you. They don't go by the law, but they go by legalese. They're not a government because they are a corporation. They don't go by law because they're legalese. They're not the government because they're a corporation and acting as a government. They've taken your birthright at your birth by your birth certificate, social security card, and your ID card. They've taken it from you and use your mother as an informant to give you over to them. She didn't know what she was doing. We have the inside scoop on the information. She didn't know what she was doing, but she's an informant. And matter of fact, it may be on your birth certificate. If y'all go back and check your birth certificate out, check your birth certificate out and see if you see the word informant on your birth certificate. And your mother was the informant. But she didn't know. And this is where that old saying is, we was born in iniquity and raised in sin. Or we was born in sin and raised in iniquity, however they go. I'm not a quoter. But the point is, that's what this system is. This system is sin and iniquity. That's what this system is. But the Creator keep telling you his kingdom is coming. It's not for the swift, nor the strong. It's for those who endure unto the end. And those who endure unto the end is the ones who seek knowledge, information, and understanding. That's the key. But let's keep it moving. 23. Daniel 7:23. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse, which is different from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth. You see that? This is telling you what they're going to do. So the reason I got into this yesterday about what's our purpose, and another point out on Facebook, a brother asked a question, or he made a statement about, yeah, the children of Israel, this and that, and they're in the land of their captivity. And I made a statement, people don't realize the whole world is in captivity. When the Greeks came in power, as it said earlier in chapter 2, the end of 39, it said they should bear rule over the whole earth. Then now we see that the beast, the fourth beast, should bear rule over the whole earth. And shall tread it down and break it in pieces. 24. Well, let me break that down for you, because I like to break this down so people can get an understanding, to get a better understanding of how the earth was broken down and tread in pieces. The 7 continents is the 7 heads they talk about in Revelation 12 and Revelation 13. The 7 heads is the 7 continents that they have taken over and control of. Right? Baby, can you bring me some water, please? Here go my cup right here. Yeah, bring me that, please. Thank you. The 7 heads is the 7 continents. Then it talk about 7 horns and 10 horns, which is powers. These are powers upon the continents of these heads. The continents is the head, the horns is the power. The crowns upon them, thank you, baby. The crowns are kingdoms upon these 7 continents. You got different kingdoms. That's what crowns are. Crowns are the kingdoms. You have to look at the abbreviation and understand what's behind it. So the 7 heads at the 7 continents. But what happened? They took over the 7 continents, right? We know Americanos. America, what they call America, was, I'm going to say discovered, but was named after this guy named Americanos, Americanos, or something like that. I read it years ago. Americanos, that's what America, and Africa is Africanos, or Africa, whoever his name is. The whole thing is the names was changed with the conquerors they conquered. They changed the name to these Romans' names, but we don't know it. We're going by what's told to us today. We're going by what's given to us. People don't research. They don't try to find out information. They go with what they know and run with it. So all 7 continents was conquered. First by the Greeks. Alexander the Greek and anybody else that was with him. Then they relinquished their power over to the Roman Empire. By them relinquishing their power over to the Roman Empire, Roman picked up the baton and ran with it and developed the world the way it is today. That's why the legs of iron, you had 2 legs. You had Medes and the Persians. You got Old Rome and New Rome. You got 2 Roman empires. Old Rome, and when you read Revelation 13, it talks about, and the second beast did all the things that the first beast did. The first beast is the old Rome. The second beast is New Rome with the new empire state, which is the United States. United States. USA. And the 2 horns, when you get to verse 11 in Revelation, I'm only giving you a little bit today because you can go back to, I did that yesterday. And I called it, what's your purpose? The purpose is I've got the kingdom of Israel. Israel is the kingdom, whatever it is, I forgot how I said it, but whatever the kingdom is, we know it's Israel. Israel is the kingdom. The purpose is the kingdom. Israel, I let it come the way it comes when I get ready to put it in there. Y'all know what I'm saying. But it's going to be a part of our purpose, and Israel is that purpose. Israel is the purpose of the kingdom. I think that's how it is. Israel is the purpose of the kingdom. That may be how I may put it. I don't know. But the point I'm getting at is this, that Rome took over everything, and by taking over everything, it took everything from the 7 continents, and then in the 7 continents, they took over and gave you countries. They break down new countries, right? Let me make sure I get this ready for tonight. I did this last night, but I don't have one. Here we go. Just going to have something set for the side for y'all. Now, they went from the continents to countries, in the continents. And inside the countries, they have city and states, right? They have city and states inside the countries. And inside the city and states, they have districts and counties, right? Districts and counties. Then they have neighborhoods. Then they have streets and they have homes. And how they break all that stuff down? This right here. This is called the mailbox system. You can mail something from here to Timbuktu. You can mail something from your house to Germany. You can mail something from your house to Africa. You can mail something from your house to Asia. And it's going to make it there. Why? Because Rome has taken it over. This is how Rome is in power. And not only that, not only all the way to the household that you stay at, all the way till you have the baby out your wife or your mother's womb. You are a product of the system. You are a product of the Roman Empire. You are a product by having a barcode, which is called a Social Security card, which has a name in all caps and a number. What does it say in Revelation 13? No man will be able to buy or sell unless they get the name, the number, and the mark is already come and gone. That's why I'm saying everybody's still looking for the New World Order. 1913, that's when they put everything together. That's when the New World Order was started. 1913. And everybody followed suit. Oh, let me just say this real quick before I finish 07. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you exactly what's over here because I ain't going to be in this tonight, but I'm going to show you verse 8. Revelation 8. Revelation 13 verse 8 says, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him who? The beast, whose names are not written in the book of what? Of life. Whose names are not written in the book of life. They're going to worship him. Of the Lamb is actually us, the Spirit upon us. But I'm going to show you that in part 2. I'm going to show you how we are the Lamb. Now I can get to that. Instead of giving you a whole synopsis, I'm kind of connecting yesterday and today in part 1, and I'm going to give you the conclusion in part 2 of who we are. I'm going to give you that in part 2. So I'm doing a connection from what's your purpose to our purpose, which is Israel, is to have the kingdom. Israel, the kingdom is Israel's purpose. That might be a good title. But however it go, I let the Father let me lead and guide me, and then I put a title later. So in verse 8, Revelation 13:8 says, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. Slain from the foundation of the world. That Jesus. That Jesus. No, it ain't. That was given to you by the Roman Empire for you to believe. That's why you're running after the Roman Empire. As it says over here in verse 4. And they worship the dragon, Greek, which gave power unto the beast, Rome. And they worship the beast, saying, they worship Rome, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is like unto Rome? Who is able to make war with him? See? And I could go on because I'm about to get caught up. That's why I have to, if I get there, I go on into it. So I have to store. I gave it to you yesterday, so y'all have to go there. I'll be in there all, just like I can't do it. When I get into something, I have to go, but I have to catch myself. So now, again, that was 23, 24. Daniel 7:24. All the way down, they devoured the whole earth. That's why I said in Revelation, in Daniel chapter 2, verse 40, it shall subdue and break in pieces and subdue all things. From the continent all the way down to you coming out the womb. Through paperwork. With the iron rod. This is your key. This the iron rod. This is what how did our parents used to say it, as well as Bill Cosby said. This brought you in the world, and this gonna take you out. This brought you in through contracts, and it's gonna take you out through contracts. This is the iron rod. But you have to know how to use it. You have to know how to understand to use the iron rod. Just like they give you a contract, you can alter the contract or you can rebut or whatever. No different than they do it, you can do the same thing. But they got you thinking, no, you got to do what we say. That's where the system got people thinking. So, over here in 24, Daniel 7:24 states, and the 10 horns, out, see, the 10 horns. The 10 horns is power. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom, the beast, are 10 kings. See, the 10 horns are 10 kingdoms. Are 10 out of this kingdom are 10 kings, which is kingdoms that shall arise, and another shall arise after them. That another one is the Roman Empire, the second Rome. That's it. It said, and another shall arise after them. That's second Rome. That's what you'll find in Revelation 13. A lamb with 2 horns. The horns is Democrat and Republican, but spake as a dragon or as a lion. When each one of them win, when Obama stood up, everybody listened. When Bush stood up, everybody listened. When Trump stood up, even though they don't want to listen, everybody gotta listen. Why? Because they're the president of New Rome. That's why. And what they say, they are a superpower in the earth. That's why. When you're a superpower, people gotta listen to you. When you got power, people gotta listen. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall arise after them, as I was just sharing with you. That's the United States. And he shall be diverse, which is different from the first. See, first Rome. This right here is giving you Revelation 13 right there. Matter of fact, all this 23 to 25 is giving you Revelation 13 all together. If you have an understanding and listening ear to understand the situation. From the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. Now, the 3 kings, I don't know what those 3 kings may be. I don't know. Or to subdue the three kings may be the Babylon, Medes, and the Persian, and the Greeks. Who knows? I don't know what those three kings are. But 25 states, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints. We are the saints. We are the saints. He wore us out. How he wore us out? Because now, instead of us praising the Creator, keeping the law, they praising Jesus, who was given by the Roman Empire, which is the image you'll find. I didn't read that. And if I go back there again, I'll be ready to go off into it. But you'll find that in Revelation 13, verse 14 and 15. When they made an image to the beast. The beast is the fourth kingdom, remember? The fourth empire, remember? That's the beast. You just said it right here in verse 23. The fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom. The mark of the beast, it was the jab. The image to the beast is Jesus. The deadly wound that was healed is Christianity. They spake blasphemy against the Creator is them giving Christianity all to Jesus, saying that Jesus is God or the Son of God and putting his word before the Creator's word. That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy, and people can't even see it. Why? Because of what they've been taught. Again, and it should be the verse from the first, and he shall subdue three kings. Verse 25. And he shall speak, here we go. And he shall speak great words against the Most High. That's Christianity. And like I tell you, I show you the facts. Prophet, if you look through the prophets, out of all the prophets, they never speak, they always said, thus saith Yah. Thus said, the Creator said this, it shall come to pass. It's this. In Matthew chapter 4, it states, I'm going to show you the two differences. In Matthew 4 and Matthew 5. In Matthew chapter 4, it says, it has been written, thou shalt not tempt the Lord. That's in the law. It has been written. What was the other one called? The devil told him, well, if you cast yourself down, the angel gonna catch. He said, it has been written, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Well, the devil said, well, if you can, make these stones into bread. He said, it has been written, man must live by every word that proceeds from the mouth of Yah, and not by bread alone. Every word. It has been written. You see that, the difference? Then the last one he said, he took him up on the pinnacle and he said, you see all these kingdoms? I give you all these kingdoms. And people don't even look at this. I give you all these kingdoms if you bow down and worship me. And what did he say? What did it say according to the scripture or according to the word? Get behind me, Satan, for thou, and this is the second commandment, thou shalt worship God in him only. Only. Thou shalt worship God, and him only shalt thou serve. But look at the world. The world is worshiping Jesus, though, ain't they? If you bow down to me, people don't even realize it. If you bow down to me, I will give you all these kingdoms. All these kingdoms know the name of Jesus, don't they? Don't all these kingdoms, everybody, people got word, Jesus, like this shirt. Jesus, even though they might say juice. Jesus is across their chest, on their arms, on their forehead. They carrying not the image, but the symbol. What's the symbol of death today? The cross. That's a symbol of death. See, that's the Roman Empire. That's the symbol. But the image is Jesus on the symbol. An image of death. The Father say, I inherit life and life eternally. I'm the God of the living and not the dead. People are so screwed up they can't even see. But the Father say, I will bring you passages according to my heart. I know I'm one of them. I'm not the only one. I'm not riding saying I'm the only one. No, I know I'm one that has been anointed to do his will, to give the information. If you want it, I'm only here to do a job. The promise that I made to him. That's my purpose. I say, if you bring me to the truth, I'll put the truth in songs and writing and give it to the world. It's up to the world to accept it or reject it. But what does it say in Revelation? I'm sorry, Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 30 through 33. They listen at you like you're a lovely song. They love to hear you talk. But they hear my words, but they do them not. But it shall come to pass, and lo, it's going to come to pass. They're going to know a prophet that came to you and told you and shared with you, but you didn't listen. But let's keep it moving. Verse 25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, Christianity, the beast, the Roman Empire, and shall wear out the saints, which is the children of Israel, to where they are today. That's why a lot of them Christian now, they being brainwashed to be Christians, even though the prophet that did come, now I'm not saying it wasn't a prophet, it was a prophet that did come, but he only came to do no different than all the other prophets. Turn everybody back to the Creator. But his name was Yahshua, but he wasn't to come to be praised. He only came to do a job. But the people think otherwise. And shall wear out the saints of the Most High and think to change times and laws. People are starting a new quote unquote day in the middle of the night. They sound dumb and stupid, but people don't even see. The middle of the night, they're starting the day with the Father separated the day from the night. He called the evening and the morning, not evening till the morning. The evening and the morning he called a day. That means at the sunrise is the first half of the day, and the evening of the day, which is at 12 o'clock at what we call noon, or which is really evening, because that's the evening of the day. Now it starts to fall. That's the evening. This is the morning, which is a day. The evening and the morning is a day, which is the sunlight period. Then you got night, which is a 12-hour period, but even the heathen give you half of the night and start it at, this is the beginning of, they call it a day, but it's really a cycle. A cycle is you got 12 hours a night and 12 hours a day, which is 2 cycles, which is 1 full cycle, but 2 parts. One is part night, one is part day. You got the night from, this is why tonight now, before midnight, this is the 3rd night of the week. Then we going into what we call Tuesday, which is the 3rd day of the week. And then we have the night again at when the sun is completely down, is the beginning of night for the full night. Then we have a full day, even though we have 2 halves. We have when the sun is rising and when the sun is falling. That's understanding. Get wisdom, get knowledge, but in all thy getting, get an understanding. Why? Because understanding will keep thee. Everybody said, just because they say evening and morning, they don't look at the word and, they put the word till. Evening till morning, it don't say that. Evening and morning is a day. But hey, and then it says laws. What laws did they change? They didn't change the beginning of the year from spring to the middle of winter. Who is they? Caesar Augustus or Julius Caesar. They didn't change from the beginning of spring, which is the end of March or the beginning of April, around those times, at the new moons around those times, to the middle of winter. People don't pay attention. And that's understandable because that's the reason why I said in the 2nd commandment, thou should not, he said, for I, thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity, the ignorance, the iniquity upon the fathers, upon the children. I like to say upon the parents, upon the children. Because nowadays we ain't got fathers in the home. Nowadays, we got children that's either with their mothers or with their fathers. So I just say the parents. Ignorance. Why? Because the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, the 3rd and 4th is the Greek and the Roman Empire, who taken and made the world the way it is today. They corrupted everybody's mind. But the people can't see because they don't study to find out. They just living life. Making money. I'm trying to live, make money. You got credit. You got a birthright. It's up to you to try to get that birthright, though. That's on you. Nobody can sit in your seat but you. It's up to you to want it, though. And what does it take? Knowledge and information. Until you decide to seek, research, and find out the knowledge, it's on you to get it. Nobody can work for everything isn't given to you. Sometimes the information can be given to you, but you got to take the information and work it for yourself. No different than I see this. I'm still, baby, come and drink. No, I'm doing what I can for what I can for me. Whatever help I need, I'll ask for. But until whatever I get, I'm doing on my own that I can do. And if I need understanding, I will ask for it. Thank you, Father. Again, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand, who? The Roman Empire's hand, until a time, the Greeks, and times, the Romans, and the dividing of time, which is the half time, which is the 400 years we just come out of. 1619 to 2019, the 400 years we just come out of. And coming out of that, in 2020 was the judgment. After the judgment, as it speaks of in 21 and 22 up here, after the judgment, then, let me get that review. First, let me finish 26 and 27. Then I'm going to hit that for you so you can understand the judgment, where we at in this day and time. Well, right here, it even says right here, but the judgment shall sit. See that? But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion. The judgment has happened, and a judgment is happening today. People are being judged according to what you do and how you do and what you come to know. But it's going to sit. And they shall take away his dominion. Who is they? The saints. Is going to take away the dominion of the Roman Empire, to consume and to destroy it until the end. Until the end of all things. We just read what it said in Daniel chapter 2, 27. And the kingdom and dominion, you see that? And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven, under the earth, shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High. We are those people. But we got to gain that through the knowledge of the information. And when the Father write his law upon our hearts, that's how we're going to do it. Because the law is a part of your birthright. Not part. The law is your birthright. Once you start studying the law and start putting the law with the pen and pad, let me put it where you can see it. The law with the pen and pad, they can't go beyond law. That's why I keep telling people, everybody that's talking against Trump, is he going against the law? Well, he's doing what he want to do. You don't know what you're talking about. He's doing what he want to do. He's doing this and he's doing that. He's tying up litigations and he's doing this and he's doing. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't do your research. You going about what you think. You talking stuff you don't even know. You're going about what the system has already given you, and you're just following what the system has given you, instead of understanding what's really been happening or what's actually going on. But this is where we at today. A lot of our people are dumb dogs, following others, instead of researching and find out what we need to know. And asking the Father to open our minds to the truth and the knowledge, and accepting the truth and knowledge as it comes. That's how you get it. See, you can think whatever you want all day. Ask your Creator to open your mind. Ask your Creator to show you. Ask your Creator to let you see what you need to see. I guarantee you, when the Creator open your mind, you're going to be like, wow. That's what part 2 is coming in. And I'm surprised I haven't even gotten there yet. Part 2, I'm going to show you where part 2 is going to open your mind to let you understand the truth. I'm already giving you the truth here, whether you accept it or not. But I'm going to show you where this Father's going to put the law in your inward part, where you're going to start to accept it. Like, man, Because I gave you prophecy. This is everything I just showed you tonight is prophecy of what's going on today. What's going on today, I'm showing you right here in the word. But let's keep it moving. Verse 27. Daniel 7:27 says, and the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High. That's us. Whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Him who? They're going to serve and obey the Creator through Israel. Israel is going to be, I shared it with you earlier. Let me hit it one more time. I shared it with you a little earlier, right here. Let me give it to you one more time, just so we can be clear. Exodus 19, 5 and 6. Exodus 19, 5 and 6. What did the Creator tell Moses? The Creator said, 5 and 6. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice, indeed, what is his voice? The law. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For, listen, for all the earth is mine. Is who? The creators. Verse 6. And ye, which is you, shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. You see that right there? The Father said that. He said all the earth is his, so he's telling us what's going to happen. And ye, you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. We're going to be a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. The Father said it out of his own mouth, and it's going to happen. If the Father said it, he can't go back on his word. That's why every word is law, whether it's of the blessings or it's of the curses, which is what the world is under right now. Either the blessings or the curses is still law. But it all depends on where you fall in it. Where you fall, you're either going to fall under the blessings or you're going to fall under the curses. Now, since we just got through, and all the men going to serve and obey the Creator through Israel, now I'm going to give you 21, 22, and verse 17 and 18. The conclusion of where we are right now, and then we're going to wrap it up for part 1, and we're going to go up to part 2. Verse 21, Daniel 7:21 says, and I beheld, and the same horn, power, made war with the saints, Israel, and prevailed against them. This is what happened. That's how they prevailed against us as a people. And this is why we're in the position we're in today. Now, it says, until the Ancient of Days came. What's the Ancient of Days? The Holy Spirit, the law. This is in the beginning. This is the Ancient of Days, the Holy Spirit, and the law itself, because the Creator is always here. But the Creator does nothing of himself. He does it through his servants. The Holy Spirit is the servant of the Creator, because the Holy Spirit comes upon you. This is what you're going to get in part 2. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints. Now, what I say about the judgment was in 2020. But the judgment has always been going on, but we're in the day now after the 400 years, 2020. The 400 years from 1619 to 2019, the judgment was 2020, and we all know what happened across the earth in 2020. And then what happened right after 2020? Then come the other judgment, which was the plague of the jab. That was another judgment, whether people know it or not. It was judged to see if you're going to be with the Creator or if you're going to be with this system. If you really understood the Creator or if you understood the system or want to be with the system. Everybody got the jab, worship, and was afraid of the system. The system. That's the jab. That's the mark. That's the mark of the beast. The beast is the system. The system is the Roman Empire. A lot of people still looking. The mark on the beast. The mark. They don't even understand. Everything is laid out right here. People can see if they choose to see. Again, verse 22. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. That was happening unto the saints of the Most High. Now, and the time came that the saints possess the kingdom. We just read and understood the kingdom is the earth. Then it goes into verse 23, and then what I just shared with you in the beginning. But this, you got to understand how the scripture, a lot of people read the scripture that, okay, they're just reading through. They'll understand timelines, time points. You got to understand when you read the scripture, when you study, that's the key. When you study the scripture, you can see the time points. Now I'm gonna give you the bottom line before we go with part one and then go into part two. 17 and 18. Now, all this is Daniel 7, 17 and 18. These great beasts, which are four beasts, right? These great beasts, verse 17, Daniel 17, 7 and 17. These great beasts, which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth. And what four kings is that? The four kingdoms. The four kingdoms is Babylon, the Medes and the Persians, the Greek, and the Roman Empire. Those were the four kingdoms. Complete kingdoms. Everybody try to break it down, talking about, oh yeah, we got this and that, and Egypt over here. No, Egypt was in the time of Babylon. The Medes and the Persians came and ruled when they ruled. The Greeks came and conquered and did everything. That's the reason why we have Greek sororities and fraternities and all this stuff like that. Maybe even the Masons. All this stuff comes out of different times in the kingdoms of the times that they were in. But overall, the umbrella of these is the kingdom itself. And everything under that umbrella is a part of that kingdom when at the time the kingdom was going on. Once we had the understanding, you can see. Then it says, verse 17 again, these great beasts, which are four kings, which is four kingdoms, which shall arise out of the earth. Verse 18, but the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. See, all that was in synopsis in a nutshell. 17 and 18 was everything in a nutshell. I'm going to read it one more time before we go. These great beasts, which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth. 18. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. This is what we call studying, understanding, and researching. This is what we're supposed to be doing. Many of us don't do that. We're too quick to read and go with what's given to us without observing, getting an understanding, and saying, wait a minute, let me, and asking the Creator to open our eyes to retain the real knowledge that He gives us. A lot of people stuck where they at. They like being stuck. So what we're going to do, first we're going to say this. I am that Mikael in Daniel chapter 12, verses 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's me. Showing the holy people who they're really supposed to be. Waking them out of their dead beds, which is really in their heads. For all of you who's living in the new, this is for you. I'm the same Mikael in Revelations 12, battling that red dragon where Satan dwells, who deceiveth the whole world but prevaileth not, because the horn is blown without a doubt. This was prophesied for you to see, that Mikael is really me. We're going to pause Zoom because I ain't going to go through the formalities for them. I'm going to give them the formalities at the end of how to get in contact with me and everything. So Zoom, G1 and Alfonso, hold up, my brothers. Just wait. I'm going to start with part 2. Y'all are on the full video. So we're going to pause y'all for a moment, and everybody else, I'll be with y'all in a few seconds. Love you. Zoom, we'll be right back. We're just pausing. Don't go nowhere. And all right. Greetings for part 2 of Mikael's Knowledge of Truth. This is part 2 of Mikael's Knowledge of Truth. And we're calling tonight Our purpose is the kingdom. Our purpose is the kingdom. Couldn't think of how I was going to say it when I was in part one, but this is part two, and our purpose is the kingdom. And this is Mikael's knowledge of truth, and tonight is the night between what we called September 1st, which was 9/1/2025, and September 2nd, which is 9/2/2025. So tomorrow is what we call on the morrow is Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. And we're going to have a special Zoom meeting tomorrow night as well. And this is for introductory to solving class of knowledge that we will be hosting tomorrow. And so just sharing information on where we at this point in time, we have to understand where we stand as a people. And yesterday, the reason why I'm on this conversation of today, I started with sharing, as of yesterday, I was asking, what's our purpose? What is our purpose? That's what I was asking yesterday, which was on Fight Fire with Truth, which was Sunday night. Well, should I say the night after Sunday? I was asking, what's our purpose? So I went into some of the things that we spoke on tonight. Tonight, I was speaking on Daniel chapter 2, about the dream of Nebuchadnezzar, about the four beasts, and also not only the four beasts, also the information of how Rome came into power. Then from there, I shared just a touch in Revelation 13, showing how Rome has taken over with church and state, and also Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7, mainly Daniel chapter 2 and chapter 7 is what I was in, showing the difference of prophecy of the Roman Empire being in power and how they have taken everything. Everything. How Rome has taken the world, right? And how we must come out of captivity of the world with the iron rod. This is the iron rod, the pen and pad. The pen and paper is how you come out from the iron rod. This is how you make your way away from the system that you're in today. See, everyone is a slave. Everyone in this world today, from the continents all the way from you coming out your mama's womb, they are made enslaved and they control everything. The only way to get back or to come free is to get under the Creator's word, which is his laws, by the pen and pad. They've taken the law and manipulated the law and made it legal. Y'all know the difference between law and legal. You have lawful and you have legal. You have lawful and you have legalese. The legal, and as I always share with you, you have the right that's quote unquote lawful. You have the right to bear arms. But legalese, you don't have a right to have a gun. Why? Because it's legal and you have to have a permit, which is permission to have a gun. But under the Constitution, you have the right to bear an arm for your protection, for hunting, or anything else. That's your right. But the people don't know that. Since 1914, 1913, they've taken the Constitution, and I'm definitely gonna put it in the post. I shared it with them last night, and I'm gonna put it in the post for today. Tonight, I'm gonna put it in there. Also, wanted to share with you as well. That's just on that one point, on that one note, how they've taken the world. And this is where I'm going to show you where the saints is going to take the kingdom. The saints is going to take the kingdom. But first, we got to understand where we are. We got to understand where we are and why we're in the position that we're in. We've been put to sleep. We've been put to sleep, and we don't know who we are, nor where we are. Why? Because we didn't keep the Creator's word. Now, I got 2 or 3 places I want to go that just hit my mind. first of all, let me give you, I'm gonna share with you what I shared at the end of part 1. I'm not going to go through 23 through 27, but I will give you 21, 22, 17, and 18 of chapter 7 of Daniel chapter 7, And where we at in Daniel chapter 7, the understanding, I'm not going to go through this again because if I go through it, I'll be telling you everything over again. But you have to go to part 1 and understand where I was going to understand what I'm about to give you to let you know how we, the kingdom, is our purpose. The purpose is the kingdom. That's our purpose. The kingdom, which is this world, is the purpose. But before I even do that, nope, I'm going to do this first and then I'm going to go there. Let me get that set though. Let me get that set and ready. So I'm going to let y'all know, I'm going to take you back to Exodus 19 again. But first, let me give you Daniel chapter 7, verse 21 and 22, then 17 and 18. And then give you understanding. And I'm going to then from there, 21, 22, 17, 18, and then 19, Exodus 19, verse 5 and 6. Then I'm going to go into getting your understanding of how we're supposed to grow to this point of view. All right? Verse 21 in Daniel 7. Then I'm doing synopsis. I'm going back to bring you forward. 21 says, I beheld, and the same horn which is power made war with the saints, the power of the Greek and the Roman Empire. That same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them. Verse 22. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints. The Ancient of Days came. See, 2020 was the judgment. Judgment was 2020. The Ancient of Days is the word of Yah, his law. And in his law, and the things that he said, what he was going to do, what he planned to do, and things that he said that he was going to do happened. That's the Ancient of Days. That's the prophecy. He said that for 400 years we were going to be in bondage. That happened. The judgment came. That was from 1619 to 2019. The judgment came. Now that just hit me the way it came. The way it came right then, the Father just gave it to me straight through the scriptures and straight through the Spirit. The way it came right then. The Ancient of Days, which is his law, his word. That's the Ancient of Days. That's the Creator. That's the Spirit. His word. That happened, which was the 400 years. Then the judgment. Until the Ancient of Days came and the judgment was given to the saints. The judgment was 2020. Which you know what happened in 2020. That was the judgment. And also another judgment was given, which was the jab, which is the mark of the beast. That's the mark of the system. The system is the beast. The beast is the system, which is the Roman Empire, which gave everybody the jab who chose to fall and accept the jab. Y'all know what the jab is. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possess the kingdom. The time came where we're going. It said we ain't there yet, but we're going to it. So we're heading that way for who all choose to be there. Now, verse 17 and 18. These great beasts, which beasts is these? The 4 kingdoms, which we shared in chapter 2, Babylon, Medes and the Persian, the Greek and the Roman Empire. These are the 4 beasts, 4 kingdoms that shall rise out of the earth. But let's read. These great beasts, which are 4 kings, which are kingdoms, which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom. What's the 9? Our purpose is the kingdom. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. This is what we're heading to, and this is for the remnant that choose to keep the Creator's word. This ain't just for any Israelite. This is for those who choose to keep the Creator's word. How do you know that? First, let's go over here and find out what the Creator said about them keeping his word. What did he tell Moses over here in 19, verse 5 and 6? Exodus chapter 19. I'm going over this before we move on. Verse 5 and 6 says, Exodus 19:5. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice, what is the Creator's voice? His word, his law. Now, if ye will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine. You see that? The Creator telling you all the earth is his. You only can keep the law in Jerusalem. You only can do this in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, the only place where you're supposed to keep. I keep the law according to Jerusalem. What did he just say? The whole earth is his. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, not a kingdom of priests in Jerusalem, a kingdom of priests all over the earth. We're going to be a kingdom of priests all over the whole world, and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. These are the words that shall be spoken to us. This is our job, and this is what we're coming to. This is our job. I'm going to read it one more time. We're going to move on because I got something to give to you, as I shared yesterday. But the point is, you have to understand. You have to understand how this is going to happen. And we can really break all this down. Again, Exodus 19, 5 and 6. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. But let me share some with you. The key right here is, now if ye will obey my voice and keep my covenant. If ye will obey my voice and keep my covenant. Let's go over here to Jeremiah 31 real quick. 31. Behold, the days come, saith Yah, that I will make a new covenant. He said, keep his covenant. I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. A new covenant. He said, as long as you keep my covenant. They broke the first covenant, what we're about to see in a few moments, which was in Exodus chapter 24, verse 1 through 8. The key verse is 3, 7, and 8. When we made a vow, and we confirmed the vow, and then we had the blood anointing. That's 3, 7, and 8. But in Exodus chapter 24. But right here is, as he said again, the new covenant. Behold, the days come, saith Yah, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Not according to the covenant that I make with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break. They broke that covenant. Credit didn't break it. Y'all broke it. Our people broke it. Not just y'all. We all did. Born in sin and raised in iniquity. That's what it's called in today's time through the Greek and Roman Empire. Though my covenant they break, although I was a husband unto them, saith Yah. 33. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. What did he say? If ye shall obey my voice and keep my covenant? But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith Yah, I will put my law in their inward parts. You can't break it then. This is how we're going to be the kingdom of priests. But we got to show how it's got to grow upon us. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, that means in the end times, in these days, saith Yah, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their father, and they shall be my people. That's the covenant that's going to be upon us. No different than what I'm sharing right now. 34. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith Yah. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. And like I was sharing with my wife earlier today, I don't try to tell nobody what they know or don't know. I try to share information what I've come to know, what the Creator have allowed me to come to know, and that's my promise. That He brought me to the truth, I'll put it in songs and writing and give it to the world. It's up to the world to accept it or reject it. What I come to know, I stand on. What I don't know, I tell you, I don't know. I'm looking into it. I check it out. If you're right, I give you props. If you ain't right, I'd be like, well, okay, I've been there. I understand that. I've been there. I understood where you're coming from because I was there one time, but I know that that's not it. But you can believe me or you cannot. We can agree to disagree. That's all I'm saying. I know what I've come to know, so this is where I know that I'm not a know-it-all. I know what I know. So by me not being a know-it-all, I let a person stand where they stand. They can take what I'm saying. And if the Father allow that seed to be planted and they comprehend or they meditate on it, they may, okay, I see what he's talking about. But if a person want to be stubborn, they can be stubborn. Me, I'm not. That's how come I learned to know what I know today on many different levels. There's levels to this situation, not just one way. Levels. Like I said, when you climbing the ladder, Jacob's ladder, you got levels to go. You know what I'm saying? And they shall teach no more, verse 34, every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord, know Yah, for they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith Yah. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. And then when you read verse 35 through 37, you can see that that's confirmation. He confirmed what he said according to 35 to 37. I'm going to go ahead and read it since I have a little time. 35. There, thus saith Yah. See, thus saith Yah. When a prophet speak in my name, thus saith Yah, which giveth the sun for a light by day, the sun for a light by day, rising and falling, the day, period, the 12 hours in a day. That giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, the darkness, which divideth the sea when the waves thereof roar. Yah of hosts is his name. 36. This is your confirmation what he just said. If those ordinances depart from before me, the only way those ordinances can depart from the Creator, riches before for you, is if you pass. When you lay yourself, when you're laid to rest. That's the only way those ordinances will depart from the Creator, from you. If those ordinances depart from before me, said Yah, then the seed of Israel shall also shall cease from being a nation from before me forever. When you die, yeah, you cease from being a nation because you can't give no more seed. Yeah, now think about something. I ain't gonna. That's something else. Something that I ain't gonna worry about that. 37. Thus saith Yah, if heaven above can be measured. Now this is the Creator talking. If heaven above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth search out beneath. I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith Yah. Man has made whatever kind of things that they do to try to prove things, but that doesn't mean that it's true. That's just something that they said to make people think what they want them to think. But I tell you what, we're going to go over here to verse 30, chapter 36. But before we go to 36, let's understand where we at. See, we're going to go from 37 to 36. This is where we at right now. We're waking up. Verse 37, verse 1, we're going to 14. Verse 1 to 14. This is 37. This is us as a people. But before we get here, let me share something before we get there. Before we go there, let me share something with you. And this is the reason why we're in this position. 29, Isaiah 29, Isaiah 29 and 10. So I go here for remembrance so people can have an understanding. Isaiah 29 verse 10 says, for Yah has poured out upon us, it says you, the spirit of deep sleep, and have closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers have he covered. The Creator did that. He did that. 11. And the vision of all, the vision of the Creator, is become unto you as the words of a book. Matter of fact, I got something for that. Hold on. Because before I get over here to these other two, I got to make sure that these be shown. 33. Where you at, 33? There we go, right there. Again, and the vision of all, this is Isaiah 29. First, we understand that in verse 10, for Yah has poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and have closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, has he covered. And the vision of all, the Creator, is become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed, right? Which men deliver to one that is learned. You're supposed to be learned, know this information. Which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. Oh, you're supposed to know. You're supposed to be learned. How is it sealed? Verse 12. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I am not learned. Are you trying to learn? Are you studying? Are you researching? Are you trying to understand? 13. Wherefore Yah said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precepts of the Roman Empire, by the precepts of the bishops, by the precepts of the Council of Nicaea, by the precepts of man. See, they're going by what Jesus said and not what the Creator said. They're going by what Prophet Muhammad said instead of what the Creator said. They're going by everything all these other Yahshua and everybody else supposed to have said, except for what the Creator said, which is the precepts of men. And this is where the world is at now. But guess what? This is me right here. Verse 30, Ezekiel 33, verse 30 through 33. Let me read that real quick. Check this one out. Ezekiel will be vindicated, which I like to say, the prophet or the servants of Yah will be vindicated. Verse 30. Ezekiel 33, verse 30 through 33 states, also, thou son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls. And they do that against me all the time. I already know. Oh, he don't know what he's talking about. He crazy. You supposed to love Jesus. Also, son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls and in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that cometh forth from the Lord, comes from the Creator, from this guy who is supposed to be speaking of the Creator's word. 31. And they come unto thee as the people cometh. And they cometh unto thee as the people cometh. And they sit before thee as my people. They sit before you as my people. And they hear thy words, but they will not do them. Oh, they hear my word, but they ain't going to do them. They're not doing them. For with their mouth they show much love. Oh, what I tell you about Isaiah 29 we just read. For with their mouth they show much love, but their heart go after their covetousness. The stuff that they want. I want this. I want that. I want money. I want to get this. I want that. I want. Want. The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. Oh, yeah? I want. 32. And lo, thou art unto them as a very lovely song of one that has a pleasant voice and can play well on the instrument. Oh, he got a pleasant voice and he doing all this talking. And oh yeah, that man can preach. That man can say this and that. Oh, ain't that what they do to the preachers and stuff too? Oh, this and that. Oh, yeah. But they ain't paying attention to what's being said. Oh yeah, he did a good show. And lo, thou art unto them as a lovely song, as a very lovely song of one that has a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument. For they hear thy words, but they do them not. Oh, they hear your word, but they don't do them. They do what they want to do. 33 and last verse at this point. And when this cometh to pass, oh yeah, you see this? This is prophecy right here. And when this cometh to pass, lo, it will come. That means they tell you, oh, it's going to happen. Watch. This is confirmation. Lo, it will come. Then shall they know that a prophet shall have been among them. Then shall they know a prophet has been among them. Or they're going to know then. It may be late, but they're going to know. Oh, yeah, they're going to know. But they choose not to listen. Now let's get over here to Ezekiel chapter 37 and then come back to Ezekiel 36 to give you the information and the confirmation of we are the kingdom of priests with the spirit of Yah upon us. But first we have to wake up. First we got to wake up. Ezekiel chapter 37, the valley of dry bones, 1 through 14, states, the hand of Yah was upon me and carried me out in the spirit. See, when the Creator is upon you, he's going to give you visions. He'll carry you in the spirit to let you see things on a whole different level. The hand of Yah was upon me and carried me out in the spirit of Yah and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones. He set me in the spirit. Now, this is a vision. He set me out in a valley full of bones. All I see is bones everywhere. I had a vision like that. I had a vision. And I started seeing these bones come together. 2. And caused me to pass by them round about. Caused me to walk around them or just fly around them or just look at all these bones. And behold, there was very many in the open valley. Just for you to know, I'm in Ezekiel chapter 37 at the end of verse 2. There were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. Dried up. Like a dried up we call sponge. You know how a dried up sponge is, ain't got no water in it at all. Verse 3. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? He asked him a question. Can these bones live? And I answered, Oh, yeah, thou knowest. Yeah, oh, you know. I don't know. I'm looking at them. These things are dried up. Can these bones live? Oh, yeah, thou knowest. Verse 4. Again he said unto me, Prophecy upon these bones, speak. See, prophecy is when you speak something into existence. But you have to know you're speaking from the word of Yah, or are you speaking of your own accord? Excuse me. And again he said unto me, Prophecy unto thee upon these bones, and say unto thee, tell them what to say, and say unto them, O ye dry bones. You see the difference? He's telling them what to say. Remember I said prophecy, when you speak things into existence, he's telling them what to say. O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yah. Verse 5. Thus saith a prophet that speaketh in my name. I share that every Sabbath. Right after the commandments, I show you that what the Creator said, that He's going to raise a prophet unto you as unto Moses, and He's going to put His words in his mouth. And the prophet that speak according into in my name, thou shalt do whatever he say do. And it says, Thus said Yah unto verse 5. No, verse 4. Again he said unto me, Prophecy again, prophecy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yah. 5. Thus saith Yah, Father, unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. This is dead Israelite. What shall I say? This is Jacob out here. These is the Christians out here. This is the clay mingled with the iron. This is the clay mingled with the iron. They dead. Don't know who they are. Don't know their land, their language, or their culture. They're living the lifestyle of the Roman Empire. Their mindset is of the Roman Empire. Their thoughts, their words, everything they do is of the Roman Empire, which is of what took over the whole world. They've been consumed under the Roman Empire, and they don't even know who they are. They're dead as a people. Verse 5 again. Thus said Yah unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live, and you shall live. Verse 6. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you. You see that? He's going to do all that. Craig said he's going to do all these things. First, it was spoken. Did I not tell you the Creator do everything like imagination? Everything is a blueprint before it happens. The Father seen everything day one. Genesis 1:1, he seen everything from beginning to end. He didn't start implementing until day 2, and not day 2, verse 2. Verse 2, things started to happen from the mindset of what he saw. Darkness and void was upon the face of the deep, which is like the world is today. Then the Spirit of Yah moved upon the waters, which is the people. Oh, they're talking about the actual waters to sea. No, that wasn't done until the second and third day. So the Father is talking in verse 1 through 5, the first day, everything is envisioned. He envisioned everything the first day. No different than what's going on right here is the vision, which is the imagination. Get wisdom, get knowledge, but in all thy getting, get an understanding. Why? Because understanding will keep thee. The Spirit moved upon the waters, which is the Spirit moved upon the people in the vision and the mind of the Creator that he saw. And as the vision moved upon the people, then he said, let there be light. The light was the law. It wasn't no actual light. His brother, it was natural light. What natural light? It wasn't no natural light. You went out your mind. The first light was the law. The law has always been here. That's why you had the Hammurabi Code. That's why you had the Ma'at. Before the commandments was given to the children of Israel. The law has always been here from day one. But Israel was given it directly to carry it out. People just don't know. The law has always been here. You know not to murder nobody. You already understand that. You know you ain't supposed to be laying with somebody else's woman, and you know that they laying with them. They got them. Now, what they decide to do in their marriage, whatever, that's on them. But you know that this woman belongs to this man. And a lot of y'all sneak it. But believe me, y'all can't hide from the Creator's eyes. I'm just giving you fact. So Genesis 1:1-5 is the imagination of the Creator, has everything that has happened in that time. That's why it says, and the evening and the morning were the first day, because he saw it in his mind first. It wasn't made. The Father saw it in his mind. How are you going to have a day and night when he didn't make it until the fourth day? But he saw it in his mind how he had planned it out. No different than when we make a blueprint. We're reading the blueprint right now in the spirit. The blueprint is the valley of dry bones, which is what happened to us as a people. The Father saw it already. That's why it's written. It was written before it happened. Everything is spiritual first. If you understand that, you can see things clearly. Everything is spiritual first. Everything they're speaking right now in this book is spiritual. We got to manifest the spiritual situation that happened. It depends on where it's going to manifest because it's spoken. It's already said. It's already done. But it all depends on where you fall in line. That's the key. Thank you, Father. I'm sorry. I just ran it. That just went in right then. Spirit came upon me. Hey, the Spirit just let it come the way it comes. And if you got ears to hear, you'll have an understanding heart. But let's keep it moving. Again in verse 6. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live. You see that? He spoke everything first. He told Ezekiel to speak. Prophecy. Speak these words and say what's going to happen. In you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am Yah. See, the Father give you confirmation whatever he do. You're going to know because I'm going to tell you before it happens. And ye shall know that I am Yah. See, he said you're going to know it. I'm telling you before it happened. You dead now. Y'all don't know who you is. You don't know your land. You call yourself African American. You call yourself whatever you think you are. But you are people and you don't even know it. You love and don't even know it. You hate it amongst the nation, but I love you. If people really knew. Verse 7. Chapter 37, Ezekiel 37:7. So I prophesied as I was commanded. He spoke it. It didn't happen yet. Spiritually it did, but physically it didn't. So I prophesied as I was commanded. And as I, there we go. Let me go ahead and let me circle this 6 real quick. And then he says, so I prophesied, verse 7. So I prophesied as I was commanded. And as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. This is when it started to happen after he prophesied. He spoke it first, then it happened. A lot of times we speak things into existence, but it's actually come from the Creator first through the mind. We do it all the time because we are children of the Most High. Don't y'all know that a lot of stuff y'all do come to pass, whether if you want it for good or for evil? But you can't do it against the chosen of the Father. But if you're doing certain things, it come to pass because you're speaking into existence. We are children of the Most High. We are the children of the Almighty. And once we realize that and understand that, we can move as children of the Most High, making things happen and bringing things into existence the way the Creator will have them bring things into existence. What's going on with you over here? Facebook starting to fade out on me, so can't stop it. So we're gonna keep it moving. Verse 8. And when I beheld, lo, the okay. All right, here we go. It's 12 o'clock. It's the quote unquote middle of the night. We've been here for the first quarter of the night. Started at quote unquote 9 o'clock. The first quarter of the night we was here. Now we're in the middle of the night, which is half the night is gone. Got another half a night coming with understanding. So, verse 8. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. You see that? See, the Creator told him to prophecy and speak things into existence. He spoke it, and then things started to happen. This was in the vision, but this is the way things work. When you make a blueprint, first it has to come to the mind, the imagination of the mind. That's Genesis 1:1. And then what happens? You have to write it out, a sketch or a blueprint. That's number 2. And then you start taking that blueprint and then you start to manifest that blueprint and start making it happen. That's number 3. The Creator did it, and that's what we do as a people. People don't take time to sit down and watch and understand what's going on. Verse 9. Then said he unto me, prophecy unto the wind. See there? Verse 8 said, and when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Right? So that was the first process. The skeleton and everything came together, but they laid there as a people who is dead. Still don't know who they are. 9. Then said he unto me, prophecy unto the wind, prophecy, son of man, and say to the wind. See, the wind is who he's speaking to now. What's the wind? This is clear right here. The wind is right here. The wind is consciousness. The air is consciousness. This is what I'm saying. We got people right now that's worshiping the sun, and the sun sits in the middle of heaven. It sits there in the middle of heaven, and they're worshiping the sun. Oh, the sun is what gives life upon earth. The moon sits in the heaven. It sits there. It moves and do its thing. Who gave it power to sit there in the heaven? Who gave it to have the oxygen to be in the middle of space doing this thing? This is what I mean. People are so, they remind me of dumb dogs. They worship things. They worship things. They don't understand. Person, place, or thing is a noun. The Creator is the creator of life. The air is consciousness. Wind is consciousness. That's consciousness. Boy, people really is, woo, cuckoo. People gone, and they can't see. They so smart, they dumb. We got a lot of dumb, smart people out here, or smart, dumb people out here. We got a lot of educated fools, don't we? Got a lot of educated fools out here who think they know so much and don't know nothing. Then said he unto me, prophecy unto the wind, prophecy, son of man, and say unto the wind, thus saith Yah in his name. This thing right here getting on my nerve because it's well, Facebook, you going in and out, so you might not get everything. But let's keep it moving. Then said he unto me, prophecy unto the wind, prophecy, son of man, and say unto the wind, thus saith Yah, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain that they may live. Breathe upon these slain that they may live. This month right here, I might as well end the session because there we go. Oh, wait a minute. That was YouTube. Facebook is still here with me. Let's do this then. I'm up here thinking that was Facebook. All right, YouTube, what's going on? What's going on? I thought you was Facebook. I forgot. I had to switch the cameras around. So Facebook, we in. You may have missed a little bit, but you look at the full version, you get everything because you was what they call it, buffering. So YouTube Live, this is part 3 for you. But other than that, we're in Ezekiel chapter 37, 1 through 14. And right now, we just got through talking about, you have to go and see what you missed that's inside of the full version. But right now, we're actually right here again, as I was sharing in verse 8. No, verse 7. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise. First, in verse 6, the father told, let me go back. The father in verse 4, verse 3, he asked a question. The creator asked a question and asked Ezekiel, can these bones live? We're in Ezekiel 37. Part 3 of YouTube Live. Then 4, he said unto me again, he said, prophecy unto these, but he told me the prophecy, meaning speak unto the bone, as it says, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yah. The verse 5, thus saith Yah, God of Yah, unto the bones, behold, I will cause breath. He said what he's going to do. In verse 6, he said that he will lay sinew upon the bones and bring flesh upon them and breathe into you and shall live, and ye shall know that I am Yah. That was verse 6. But verse 7, he said, now he's speaking to the bones by saying, so I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. Now, after he spoke it, then the action starts to happen. He spoke it first, then it started to happen. Then verse 8, and when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Now come together. Like I always say, you have to think of something first, which is the imagination. You have to give a sketch or a blueprint, and then after the blueprint, now you started to make it come together, as in manifesting whatever the imagination that you thought or whatever it is that you're manifesting. So everything is a process of time. Everything's not just like that, like a snap. Everything you have to learn in order to know. You have to learn in order to do. You have to learn it, understand it, and do it. So, 9. But there was no breath in them. 9. Then said he unto me, prophecy unto the wind. And as I was saying, the breath of life is the wind the wind is consciousness. The air It says wind, but air is consciousness. The air is alive. The earth is alive. The grass that's coming from the earth, from all the elements, is alive. And people talk about the God of the air and the God and the air God and all. I mean, people is just, I'm just like, well, they can stay with the noun. They see, it's what they see is what they believe. I see the sun. You can't see air, but you breathe it. You give it a name called air. The only way you can see it is when you see the mist of air when you're out there in the cold, or if it's real hot, like you see steam, it's still air. You can breathe it. Boy, people mind, like I said, we got a lot of educated fools nowadays, especially in these colleges. These colleges will turn a person's mind upside down, and these people will think they're right. Boy, I've met some chefs who say the blood is right to be in the flesh. Oh man, it's supposed to have blood in it. It's supposed to have it. That's the way it's supposed to be. And they think they're right because they've been taught by the ones in charge now, who's ignorant to the knowledge of the Creator. Woo! Verse 9. Then said he unto me, prophecy unto the wind, prophecy, son of man, and say unto the wind, thus saith Yah, come from the four winds, O breath, you see that? O breath, which is what? Air. And breathe upon these slain that they may live. 10. So I prophesied, see, again, he spoke it into existence. Then he said unto me, prophecy unto the wind, prophecy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus saith Yah, key word again, thus saith Yah. Thus saith Yah. Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain that they may live. 10. So now, the action. So I prophesied, meaning, but he spoke it now. See, if you notice, the Creator spoke to him and then he spoke it out. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. This is what's coming. This is our purpose, the kingdom. This is what's coming. But first you got to wake up. See, this is the blueprint. We have to understand what has to happen in order for it to happen, to be what needs to be for it to be, in order for it to be, then happened. Then he said unto me, son of man, these bones, this is verse 11. Then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. If you notice, the word Jacob ain't there. Israel. Israel is the anointed. Israel is the awoken. The whole house of Israel. Behold, they do say, our bones are dry and our hope is lost. This is the preserve. These are the ones who are still waking up. Man, we ain't gonna never make it. We ain't gonna make it. We ain't this and that. We'll never become a nation. They don't understand the word of Yah. They're still growing. They're still to preserve. They're still coming, but they're Israel. They're coming to know, to understand, to grow until they see it. Behold, they say, our bones are dry and our hope is lost. We are cut off of our parts, which we were. We were cut off, but we are awakening now. Israel is assembling now. ICIU is assembling all over the world. They still got knowledge to gain, but they are assembling. We're coming together in many different Knessets, places, on corners, and we're coming together. I mean, they have selfish ways of doing what they're doing, but they're waking up. That's what I mean by we're coming together. The fact that they're waking up, we're coming together. But now we got to come together as a unit in the word of Yah and start, well, I got it, you got it. That's debate. The Father ain't in that. The Father said, let's reason together. Let's come to understand what we need to know. We are cut off of our parts. Verse 12. Therefore, prophecy and say. So again, another prophecy. Therefore, prophecy and say. See, when you prophecy, you're speaking into the future. You're saying something that's going to happen. Thus saith Yah, behold, O my people, I will open your graves. The graves is the mind. It used to say a mind is a terrible thing to waste, but the people have wasted and have lost their minds. It's wasted. But it's time to grow. And see, the Father's going to put this will be coming to next. I'm showing you this to get to the next level. I'm coming to show you first, you got to wake up. We got to come together, the bones to his bones, to have an understanding of where you are, to know where you're going. 12 again. Oh, say, therefore, prophecy and say unto them, thus saith Yah, behold, O my people, I will open your graves. The Father said it, and cause you to come up out of your grave. I had a vision of that back, I think it was it a few years. It was a few years ago. That 2019 was it? Nope, it was before I met my baby. It's 2016, I believe it was 16 or 17. I will come up. I will cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. Into the land of Israel. 13. And ye shall know that I am Yah. See, that's the difference. And you're going to know it. It ain't going to be like I believe, I think. No, I know. I know the Creator's with me. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe, I don't think. I don't thought. I know the Creator's with me. I don't worry about it. And ye shall know that I am Yah when I have opened your graves, which is the minds, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves. 14 and last verse. And shall put my spirit. That's what we getting ready to get to next. And shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live. And I shall place you in your own land. That's another part y'all need to understand. Your own land. Where's your own land? Where you were born at. It's stuff that y'all need to know. See, a lot of people don't understand that that's a key verse right there. A key verse and a key word. See, wherever you was born is your land. And you have an inheritance there. It's so much that I can break down and tell y'all what I come to know and understand. By help. I ain't got it. I ain't saying I got it all on my own. It was given to me and it was shared to me. But the information I know is what I know. And when you come to understand the place that you were born at, you have an inheritance there. And it's a part of your quote unquote birth certificate, social security card, and your ID card, which is all still part of the iron rod. But first, you have to understand 14 again. And shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. A lot of people think in Jerusalem, but this is talking about where you were born. And I'm telling you what I know. Then shall ye know that I, Yah, have spoken it. See, what I just tell y'all about this pen and pad, and what I tell y'all about the word. See, the law is a part of everything that we got going on. You got to come back to the Creator by coming back to the law and keeping His word and the law in order to be free for real. Get out of the legalese and get to the law. Then you're going to see. I'm telling you what I know, not what I believe. Then shall ye know that I, Yah, have spoken it and performed it, saith Yah. Now let's get over here to 36. See, that was 37. See, we're going back. See, that's what we do in Hebrew. Hebrew, we don't read from right to left. We don't read from left to right. We read from right to left. See, here we read from left to right. But in Hebrew, you read from right to left. We're actually going from 37 to 36. And I'm going to start at verse 16. Let me see. Okay, good. Since we were right here, since the WitchCon is just starting over, and I don't know how long we're going to be in the full. But verse 16, a new heart and a new spirit. This is what he just spoke of in Ezekiel 37, verse 14. And shall put my spirit in you. This is what we're getting ready to understand when it comes to our purpose is the kingdom. Our purpose is the kingdom. And the kingdom is going to be for those who have the spirit within them. I just told you about the dry bone. How many of y'all are looking to be the bones to come together and know who you are? So, Ezekiel 36 and 16. Moreover, the word of Yah, and y'all wouldn't believe this just coming together the way it's coming together tonight. I didn't know what, when I told you when I got here, I didn't know what I was going to speak on, how I was going to speak. I picked up from last night, and this is where we are. The Spirit be leading and guiding me, y'all. And I'm going to know this right here is, woo. Here we go. Ezekiel 36, a new heart and a new spirit, starting at verse 16. It says, moreover, see, now you got to understand when how it's speaking and when it's speaking. Moreover, the word of Yah came unto me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, you see that? When we was in our own land, or wherever we were, when I'm going to use myself as an example. When I was here in Detroit, before I went to Germany, I'm going to use me. What happened with me? And it just hit me to go with it like that. I was in Detroit, born and raised here, before me and my oldest girl's mother was going through hell, and my sister invited me to come to Germany. I up and left. Got me a passport, and I was gone. Went just like that, but it happened. Moreover, the word of Yah came unto me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, here in Detroit, they defiled it by their own way, by whatever I was doing. I was male dancing at one time in my life. And I was just out here. Out here! Anybody out there know East Side, Connor Jefferson? Y'all understand. Out here! And they defiled it by their own way and by their doings. Their way was before me as the uncleanness of a removed woman. And if y'all don't know what that is, y'all need to go and check out Leviticus chapter 12 or chapter 15 or 16 when it talks about when a woman comes on her flowers. That's what it's talking about when it's talking about a woman, a removed woman who is unclean. And I didn't get a chance to share with you when David didn't come to meet with Saul because he knew Saul was trying to kill him. Saul thought he was unclean. The unclean is because it's certain things that cause you to be unclean that you're not supposed to be around certain people. And we got to get back to these ways of life. 18. Wherefore I poured out my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for their idols wherewith they had polluted it. Today, the idol is Jesus and anything else that y'all decide to worship. Jesus is the main thing of today. But now the people worshiping cars and everything else. Jesus and money is the key. The first two keys. People worship money, people worship Jesus. 19. And I scattered them among the heathen when I went to Germany. I'm using myself as an example. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed throughout the countries. I ended up going to Europe. According to their way and according to their doings, I judged them. I was a dancer. I was a choreographer. End up going to Europe, dancing, did choreography. Sold $250,000 by first single. Put out 3 singles, 3 videos before we put out our first album. Got a gold CD. Sold $250,000 by first single. Got a gold CD off our first single within 3 months. I was the hype man, choreographer, rapper, and dancer for the group until I became the male vocalist. And then I was with them for 1 year from June of 94 to June of 95. That's my story that I can tell you according to this word, because this is showing my story. All the way down to 23, what actually happened to me. Well, let's keep it moving. 20. And when they entered unto the heathen, whether they went, they profaned my holy name when they said unto them, these are the people of the Lord, of Yah, and are gone forth out of his land. Now, to me, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking that they were the people of the Creator. Because at the time, I didn't know that I was. Until I started learning and researching, and the Creator started opening my eyes. Verse 21. But I had pity for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the heathen, whether they went. And that's what I was doing, because I thought they were the people, because they seen like how they work together. Or if you as Israel, or let me rephrase that, if you as an African American or NBC, nigger, black or colored, don't know who you are, and you go around these other nations, you see how they work together, you be like, these are the people of the Creator. They work together, they doing. We think that they are of the Creator, not realizing they ain't even living the Creator's ways. They live in the ways of their people and their ancestors, but we was given the laws and the way to live. But we didn't know it. The heathen, whether they went, verse 22. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, thus saith Yah. This is what we're reading right now. The words of the prophet to tell us what we need to know. I do not this for your sakes, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake. That means that he's going to keep his word. The reason why he's doing it, he's keeping his word to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's keeping his word to them because he said, and his word is bond. Father can't go against his word. Which ye have, let me rephrase that again. I do not this for your sakes, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which you have profaned among the heathen, whether you went. Everywhere you went, you profaned my holy name against them. You did it one way by thinking the people, another way you did it by praising Jesus, praising Yeshua, praising Muhammad, praising Emmanuel, praising Buddha, and any other deity out there in the world today. 23. And I will, right here, this is me, which ye have profaned among the heathen, whether ye went. 23. And I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which we did, which ye have profaned in the midst of them. In the middle of them, that's what you did. You profaned them, calling them the people. Excuse me. And the heathen shall know that I am Yah, saith Yah. The heathen gonna know that I'm Yah, saith the Creator, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. That happened to me. We're talking about as a man travel, as a woman in travel, as a man, as they travel. When a man go through the thing as he travel as a woman in birth, I went through that. I went down screaming, pierced throughout my body. The fire pierced me throughout my body. I went down screaming and crying, and whoo, boy, I'll never forget it. It's a day you'll never forget. That's in scripture. Matter of fact, that's in Jeremiah chapter 30. But as it says in 23 again, this happened to me in the front of the eyes of my two boys' mother in Germany. This happened in front of her face. I went down screaming. I woke up out my sleep. I felt the spirit upon me, and I felt it leaving from the midst of me. I said, so be it. Repent for thine obstinance. Woke up, sat on the side of the bed, jumped down. I was in a bunk bed. I separated myself from my ladies in because I was going through my spiritual awakening at the time. And I said, repent for thine obstinance. She woke up because she's on the other side of the room. She woke up and looked, and I said, repent for thine. By the time I said, a hot burning sensation from the middle of my stomach pierced me throughout my body. I went down screaming. I just went down. I'm going to tell you, felt like lightning throughout my whole body. I went down screaming. I'm down, and she come running from me. Mike, what's wrong? What's wrong? I said, repent for thine obstinance. What's wrong? I said, shh. Repent for thine obstinance. That's all I knew to say. I woke up saying that. I said that for that whole day. But I didn't share that. That's my experience through my spiritual awakening. I got to reload that one up as well. Excuse me. Because my old YouTube got terminated, so a lot of my stuff is gone. You can find it over on my Rumble page, though. You look through my information in my Rumble page, it's there. But other than that, that's an experience I've experienced, and I know that the Creator is real. And I went through my experience, and I've seen things, felt things, and heard things throughout that time. That's the day. Like I said, I'm in my 30th year now. This is my 30th year since my spiritual awakening. And that was a part of my spiritual, not just that one thing, but a lot of things leading up to that by fasting and praying. But this is where we are. This is my example to you about things that is happening and going on in this day and time. But 23 again, before we go to 24. Ezekiel 36 and 23 says, and I will sanctify my great name, which was profane among the heathen, which have been profane in the midst of them, and the heathen shall know that I am Yah, saith Yah, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. It's happening right now, just the fact that we're turning back to the Creator now. Verse 24. For I will take you from among the heathen. I left Germany after going through certain things, not having a clear understanding of everything, but having an understanding of what I was beginning to know. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries. But the key is coming. And will gather you out of all countries and will bring you into the key again right here is your own land where you were born at. I keep telling y'all, it's keys here people don't know. Your own land. Y'all thinking it's Jerusalem, but this is talking about your own land where you got an inheritance where you were born. Whether you believe me or not, you have an inheritance where you were born, but you have to know how to use the pen and pad to get to it. 25. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you. See that? Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. See, this is when you're going to start to know how to cleanse yourself according to the law and according to your inheritance. I shared yesterday about the birthright that was sold to us for a bowl of beans. But now I'm giving you where your birthright lies. It lies where you were born. It's up to you to want to know and get the information. Then will I sprinkle clean water, 25. Ezekiel 36, 25. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. This is when you start learning the law, start keeping the law, start doing his will. And by doing that, you're starting to be cleansed. The clean water is the spirit of Yah upon us. We're starting to know the law. We're starting to know what it is He have us to do. We're starting to read for ourselves and get an inner and understanding of His word. From among your 25 one time going into 26. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthiness, and from all your idols will I cleanse you. 26. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit. You see that? A new heart, which is a new mind, and a new heart, and a new spirit. You're going to start to see things differently. You ain't going to be all hard-hearted. You ain't going to have that murderous type of spirit. Not caring. Not knowing. Have no care for nothing. And you're going to start to change. This is going to be your manifestation. This is where your change, your redemption lies. In starting to keep the word. The law, not religion. Not worshiping the man, which is breaking the first 3 commandments. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. Remember I was telling y'all about the spirit? He said he's gonna take the spirit. This is new covenant. He's gonna take the spirit off the stone and put it in your inward parts. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh. You see that? That old hard-hearted flesh, the hard-hearted heart that people got. Don't care nothing about nobody. Don't want to help nobody. Don't want to do nothing for nobody. It's all about me, me, me. Especially these women of today. What can he do for me? This, that. It's all about me, 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 me. I. This is where these women gonna start coming together. 7 women gonna come and get to one man. Just let me be called by your name to take away this reproach. See, the reproach is what's going on now. The reproach is what's happening with the women with the attitude that they have today. The reproach is all the stuff that they've been doing that they don't have shame for, but they need to be, and they're going to be shameful for the things that they're doing. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. 27. Ezekiel 36:27. And I will put my spirit within you. Did he say he was going to do that? I read it earlier. Ezekiel chapter 36. 31. I'm in 36 now. Jeremiah 31, verse 31 through 37. The key verses 33 and 34. Jeremiah 31, verse 33 and 34 is what this is speaking of right now. And I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk. This is 27. And I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes. When it said, if ye keep my covenant, ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. His covenant is his law. And cause you to walk in my statutes, and ye shall keep my judgments and do them. See, there's a difference in talking it. You can't keep the law in the unclean land. You don't even realize this whole world is the creator's. It's certain things he told us to do in the place of where he placed his name at, which is in Jerusalem. 3 times a year, he told us to do 3 things. That doesn't exclude everything else. That's the problem with all these know-it-alls. It doesn't exclude everything else. The Day of Atonement, everybody's supposed to do no matter where you at. No matter where you are, the Day of Atonement, you keep. You fast. Boy, with this YouTube is excuse me, y'all. Doing this real quick. There we go. Well, look like it's part 4. Well, YouTube look like it's YouTube Live like it's part 4 for you because you just start buffering again. So just put that in real quick. Sorry for the pause, everybody. But like I was saying, over here, verse 27 again. We're in Ezekiel chapter 36, verse 27. I'm gonna start back at 25. 25. Then will I sprinkle clean water. Nope, let me go to let me give you my key verse real quick. What happened to me? And I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen, which ye have profaned in the midst of them, and the heathen shall know that I am Yah, saith Yah, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. 24. That happened to me. YouTube, live. You can check it out in your other part. What we going on. 24. Ezekiel 36, 24. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries and will bring you into your own land. And like I say, that's the place where you were born. That's your own land. We're thinking Jerusalem, but your own land is where you're going to be born at. You're going to find out later for those who want the information. 25. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. This is going to be knowledge. That water is knowledge. See, thank you, Father. Thank you. Thank you. You put it right on me, right on point. That clean water is knowledge for you to know what you need to know for your birthright. That's the clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols will I cleanse you. That's going to be the knowledge that you're going to start to understand by keeping the law. Then it says, 26, a new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit. This is where the manifestation and the change come in at. And a new spirit will I put within you, and I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. All these hard-hearted, non-caring people out here in the world today who don't care about nothing but themselves. Me, I. I will give you a heart of flesh. And I will put, verse 27, and I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and ye shall keep my judgments and do them. You're going to write it on our hearts, remember? In our minds and on our hearts. 28, and ye, which is you, shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. We're going to dwell in the land that he gave to our fathers, because we were dispersed throughout the earth. He expanded our borders. But we also, the mainland was in the land of Canaan. That is the mainland. So we're going to come there 3 times a year to do our work as the Creator has ordained, according to Zechariah. Matter of fact, if I got time, I'm going to share it. Was that 28? And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Yah. That's it. But 29 states, I will also save you from all your uncleanness. You see that? All he gonna also save it from all thy uncleanness, and I will call for the corn and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. See that? This is gonna be in the land of which staying at. This is gonna be the land of your birth. 30. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Ain't gonna be for us. We ain't gonna have the famine. It ain't gonna happen with us because we the children of the Most High, the Almighty, the Almighty Yah. 31. Then shall ye remember your own evil ways. See, all that didn't happen with me as well. You gonna remember your own evil ways because you're gonna loathe yourself. You're gonna be like, oh, I sure hate I did that. But hey, this is your redemption. Then shall ye remember your own evil ways and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and for your abomination. You're going to do it because you're going to feel just that sorry what you did to the Father. That's just how it's going to be. 32. Not for your sakes do I do this. He ain't doing it for you. He didn't do it for me. He did it because of his word. Not for your sakes do I this, saith Yah, be it known unto you. Be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. That's why you're supposed to seek and search and teach your children as you're supposed to. 33. Thus saith Yah, the Creator said it. Thus saith Yah, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities and in the wastes, and the waste shall be built. I will cause you to dwell in the cities, and the waste shall be built, and the desolate land shall be tilled. The desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lay desolate in the sight of all that pass by. 35. And they shall say, this land was desolate. This land that was desolate is become like the Garden of Eden. And the waste and the desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. You know what? I remember seeing, no, that was the Gods of Egypt. I remember seeing that. That was a movie I seen a few days ago called Gods of Egypt. I think that's an older movie. I think back in 2018. But also, I see a lot of situations happening like in the desert. The desert, they're starting to sprout greenery. They're starting to sprout, I'm just going to say greenery, plants, vegetation. It's beginning to sprout in certain parts of the desert. You begin to get streams in certain parts of the desert. Certain parts of the land that was dead is coming to life. And what I mean by dead, barren land with none but sun and sand. It's beginning to have life. If you understand what I'm saying. I've seen that. And were inhabited. Say, Garden of Eden. And the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Verse 36. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yah, built the ruined places and plant that was desolate. He planted that was desolate. Hold on. What I just tell you? Man, this thing doing it again. What did I just tell you about the situation? About the desolate place, about now we getting streams in the desert. And not only streams in the desert, we getting vegetations in the desert. I, Yah, have spoken it, and I will do it. This is how the Father works. He's doing it and he's showing you what I tell you about the grass outside, what I tell you about life, the breath of life. The air is consciousness. 37. Thus saith Yah, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of Israel to do it for them. To do it for them. I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in their solemn feast. You see, this is the feast that we're supposed to come back to 3 times a year. So shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I am Yah. And they shall know that I am Yah. But now, just to share with that point of view, I'm going to give you a little bit of Zechariah. 3 times out of the year. The points after a lot of things happen. Here we go. Right to Zechariah. But I think it's the last chapter. I think chapter 14. Let me give you this real quick before I get that. Before I go there and get there, let me give you this right here, Zechariah chapter 8. Right here, I'm just going to give you 7 to 8. No, 6. Verse 4. Thus saith Yah of hosts, there shall yet old men and old women dwell in the streets of Jerusalem, and every man with his staff in his hand for every age. And the streets of the city shall be filled of boys and girls playing in the streets thereof. Verse 6. Thus said, this is Zechariah 8 and 6. Thus saith Yah of hosts, if it be marvelous in the eyes of the remnant, see, the remnant of this people in these days, should it also be marvelous in mine eyes, saith Yah of hosts? Thus saith Yah of hosts, verse 7, behold, I will save my people from the east country and from the west country, and I will bring them, and they shall dwell in the midst. And I will bring them, and they shall dwell in the midst of Jerusalem, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Yah in truth and in righteousness. But with this, I want to share one more point with this right here. Here we go. Start here, verse 9. A lot of stuff coming to me right now about what's happening. 13. I'm starting at 13. I'm just going to read this through. I'm not going to break it down. I'm just going to read some of this through before I get to you about the three times in a year. But I'm leading up to that, and this is verse chapter 8 again. I read chapter 8, verse 7 and 8. Now I'm going to read, I'm at 13. And it shall come to pass that as ye were a curse among the heathen, remember we just read 36? And it shall come to pass that as ye were a curse among the heathen, O house of Judah, and the house of Israel, so will I save you, and ye shall be a blessing. Fear not, but let your hands be strong. Verse 14. For thus saith Yah of hosts, as I thought to punish you when when your fathers provoked me to wrath, saith Yah of hosts, and I repented not. So again have I thought in these days to do well unto Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. Fear ye not. What I tell you about where we at right now? 16. These are the things that ye shall do. Speak now. This is what the Father's telling what we're supposed to be doing. This is how we be righteous as well. Speak ye every man the truth to his neighbor. Speak the truth. Execute the judgment of truth and peace in your gates. That's the knowledge and the law. In your gates, 17. And let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor. You see that? This is how we're supposed to be treating each other. And this is how we grow. Let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor, and love no false oath. For all these are things that I hate, saith Yah. Love no false oath. That's the things that he hates. Let none of you imagine evil in your heart against your neighbor, and love no false oath. So he hates these things when you do those things. Verse 18. And the word of Yah of hosts came unto me, saying, Thus saith Yah of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, the fast of the 5th, and the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th. So this goes to show, and I was kind of looking at this, and I'm glad I'm looking at this right now. I believe when the new moons come, we're supposed to fast. It was something in Eye of Wisdom that shared some information that made me realize that. And we're supposed to fast according to the beginning of the months. In the beginning of the months, in the beginning of the new moons, I believe we're supposed to fast. I don't know if it's through the full day or for the night and the day or through just throughout the night. We're not supposed to, we're supposed to fast. I'm just going to say that. Now, this is what I'm looking at from what I'm seeing here. In verse 19, it says, Zechariah, and you know what? This just brought me here. I didn't know I was going to come here. I was always going to be done in 36, but I just came here, and it brought me here because I was actually going straight to 14, but I happened to stop in Zechariah chapter 8. Again, verse 19. Thus saith Yah of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, and the fast of the 5th, and the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th shall be to the house of Judah joy and gladness and cheerful feast. Therefore love the truth and peace. I like that. Fast of 10 and shall be to the house of Judah joy and gladness and cheerful feast. Therefore love the truth and peace. I like that. There's a nice little rhyme. 20. Thus saith Yah of hosts, it shall yet come to pass that there shall come people and the inhabitants of many cities. Check it out. Look at what's coming. Of many cities, verse 21. And the inhabitants of one city shall go to another, saying, Let us go up speedily to pray before the Lord and to seek the Lord of hosts. I will go also. See what they're saying in verse 21? And the inhabitants of one city shall go to another. The people of one city will go to another, saying, Let us go speedily to pray before the Lord, before Yah, and to seek Yah of hosts. I will go also. Verse 22. Yea, many people and strong nations shall come to seek Yah of hosts in Jerusalem and to pray before Yah. They're going to come and pray before him. What's going to happen in verse 23 over here? Let's check this out. Thus saith Yah of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass. It's going to happen, y'all, in these days. Thus saith Yah of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold of out of all languages. All these languages going to take hold of the, let me rephrase that. Thus saith Yah of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is an Israelite. It says Jew there, but there's no such thing as a Jew. A Jew is an impostor of an Israelite, and they're taking on the name of Judah and transforming from Judah to Jew, and they've erased, or should I say, they have manipulated and stolen our way of life. So it doesn't mean when it says Jew, that's Israel. It doesn't mean Jew, that's Israel. Everybody has been lied to from the quote unquote Jews. This is Israel. So it says, what it is saying is, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is an Israelite, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard that Yah is with you. Yah is with us. Yah is with us. People don't know that, nor do they understand it. Why? Because they haven't studied to know. That's why I'm here to share with you. I know Yah with me. So after the plague over here in 14, where am I going to make sure I get the correct? Where we at? Now, I'm not going to do the whole 14, but I'm going to go right here. Here we go, verse 16 on through. But before I go to 16, let me start at verse 6. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark. The light shall not be clear nor dark. But it shall be one day which shall be known to Yah, not day nor night. But it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. See what I'm saying? Evening time should be light. That's what it's saying right here. But it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light, and it shall be in the day that living water shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the former. See, we say living waters? That's people. People are waters. The evening is light. I guess people gonna understand it being light at this time. But it shall verse 7. But it shall be But it shall be one day which shall be known to Yah, not day nor night. But it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them towards the former sea, and half of them towards the hinder sea. Don't go out from Jerusalem, going to different places. In summer and in winter shall it be. And Yah shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Lord, one Yah, and his name one. You see that? See, all this is happening because this is going to be going on in that time. It's going to be happening. Living water is going to go from one way going east and one way going west. Shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them towards the former sea and half of them towards the hinder sea. In summer and in winter it shall be. But what happens over here? And the men that, shall I read on down? And the men that shall dwell in it, verse 11, and there shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited, verse 12. And this shall be the plague wherewith Yah will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. You see what I'm saying? This was what's coming. Their flesh. Now you tell me what you think. Just listen to it. A lot of y'all may have read it, and some of you that haven't, check it out. And this shall be the plague wherewith Yah will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem, Israel. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. What does that sound like to you? What did that sound like to you? This was said, and it shall come to pass. It should mean it's going to happen. In that day that a great torment from Yah shall be among them, and they shall lay hold everyone on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall rise up against the hand of his neighbor. That's going on today, and that has been happening. And Judah also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the heathen round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, and apparel in great abundance. Say what? And the wealth of what? What's going on? And the wealth of all the heathen round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, and apparel in great abundance. And so shall be the plague of the horse, of the mule, of the camel, and of the ass, and of all the beasts that shall be in these tents as the plague. All right. Verse 16. And it shall come to pass, here we go, that everyone that is left of all the nations which came against Jerusalem, or I could just say Israel, shall even go up from year to year to worship. See? From year to year to worship the King, the Yah of hosts, and to keep the Feast of Tabernacle. That's how they're going to go up year to year to work, because they're worshiping the Creator. Not a man, but they're worshiping the Creator by the acts and the things that they're supposed to be doing. And keep the Feast of Tabernacle. You see that? And it shall be that whosoever will not come up of all the families of the earth. You see what I'm saying? This is why everybody's going to be in different points of the earth. We're going to be all over the earth, but 3 times out of the year, we got to go up to the place of worship, which is at Jerusalem. And it shall be that whosoever will not come up of all the families of the earth unto Jerusalem to worship the King, was who? The Creator. The Creator is the King. To worship the King, Yah of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain. See, that's going to be in a different place. There ain't going to be no rain. And if the family of Egypt go not up and come not, excuse me, that have no rain, there shall be the plague wherewith Yah will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. You see that? Feast of Tabernacles. This shall be the punishment. This shall be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. This is just one of them. In that day shall there be upon the bells of the horses holiness unto Yah, and the pots in Yah's house shall be like the bowls there before the altar. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and in Judea, excuse me, in Jerusalem and Judea shall be holiness unto Yah of hosts. And all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them and seeth therein. And seeth therein. And in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite in the house of Yah's, the Canaanite in the house of the, and in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite in the house of Yah of hosts. There you go. Then come Malachi. So, but another point in the 3 feasts, that's one, the Feast of Tabernacles. Let's go over here to Deuteronomy real quick. So I keep telling y'all this 3 times in a year. Deuteronomy 16. I believe it is. Deuteronomy 16. Let's hit that real quick, just to let y'all know. 16 or 12. It's either 12 or 16. Yeah, 3 times a year, right here. The 3 appointed feasts. The 3 appointed feasts. Observe the month Abib. This is chapter 16 of Deuteronomy. Observe the month Abib and keep the Passover unto Yah thy father. For the month of Abib, Yah thy father brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Yah thy father of the flock and the herd, and in the place where Yah shall choose to place his name there. That's Jerusalem. Number 3, thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread. So this is going to show that point. 7 days thou shalt not eat leavened bread, right? But at the place which Yah thy father shall choose to place his name, and there thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun. There you go. The Passover and the unleavened bread is 7 days after that, but the Passover is what we're supposed to do. That's one. And there shall be no unleavened bread seen with thee in all the coasts 7 days, right? In all thy coasts 7 days. Neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrifice the first day at even remain all the night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover. See, Passover is not to be done anywhere outside the land. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which Yah thy father giveth thee, but at the place which Yah thy father shall choose to place his name in. There thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, which is noon, at the going down of the sun. The sun is going down from even. See, even is at noon, and the going down starts at that time. Not going up, but the going down. The going down of the sun is even. At the season that thou camest out of Egypt. Now, 6 days shall eat unleavened bread. Then it's talking about the 6 days we should eat unleavened bread, which we can do that wherever we are. But the Passover is supposed to be done in the land. Wherever you at, 6 days you can keep the days of unleavened bread wherever you are. But the Passover is supposed to be done in the land. That's one. Number 2, 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee, begin to number the 7 weeks from such. This is verse 9. Excuse me. Verse 9. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks. That's 10. Thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto Yah thy father with a tribute of a free will offering of thine hand, which thou shalt give unto Yah thy father, according as Yah thy father has blessed thee. Bless thee. And thou shalt rejoice before Yah thy father, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, within your gate, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, in the place which Yah thy father has chosen to place his name there. See that? This is your key. Where he chose to place his name at. The Feast of Weeks. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and that thou observe and do these statutes. Number 3. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles. See, we kept talking about tabernacles already. Now we're back at the point of tabernacles. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days. After that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. And thou shalt rejoice in the feast, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and the manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levites, the stranger and the fatherless, and the widow that are with thee within thy gates. 7 days thou shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto Yah thy Father in the place which Yah shall choose. You see that? In the place where Yah shall see, this right here is your keys. This is number 3. Because Yah thy Father shall bless thee in all thine increase and in all the works of thine hand. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall, verse 16 is your key. Chapter 16, verse 16. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yah thy Father, in the place which he shall choose. I gotta make sure I gotta keep that place in the place where he shall choose. In the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. And they shall not appear before Yah empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Yah thy Father, which he has given thee. And there you go. This 16 give you the 3 times, and guess what? If you're free, you ain't got to worry about working. If you're free, you can move how you want to move. If you're free, you ain't got to worry about being a slave, working for somebody on a job. You can make these moves when you want to, 3 times out of a year. Why? Because you will be successful. You will be wealthy, because only wealthy people can move like they want to move. This is how you know the Creator is with you. This is how you know the Creator is doing, or I shall say, that's among you and showing you his favor upon you. See, remember, from this point, remember Deuteronomy 28. The blessings and the curses. The blessings is Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 14. The curses is Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68. If you can't move like you need to or would like to, you're a slave. You're still bound down by the system. The Roman Empire still have you as a slave. And by being a slave, you're not free. Until you're able to move like you want to, then you're free. And I have a portion of freedom. That's all I'm going to say. I ain't saying I'm fully there, but I have a portion of it. And I'm still learning. Other than that, I am that Mikael in Daniel chapter 12, verses 1 through 3. Yeah, that's me. Showing the holy people who they're really supposed to be. Waking them out of their dead beds, which is really in their heads. For all of you who living in the new, this is for you. I'm that same Mikael in Revelations 12, battling that red dragon where Satan dwelled, who deceiveth the whole world but prevaileth not, because the horn is blown without a doubt. This was prophesied for you to see, that Mikael is really me. I know who I am. I know my purpose, and our purpose is the kingdom. Our purpose is the kingdom. If you want to be a part of the kingdom, the Creator's kingdom, that is. This is already Satan's kingdom. Satan's kingdom is fallen. You want to be part of the Creator's kingdom? You know what you need to do. Get into this law, get into the word, study the word, and the Father's going to show you who you are. Hey, I know who I am. I'm confident and satisfied where I'm growing to, climbing Jacob's ladder. Other than that, let's see real quick while we're here. G1, is there anything you would like to say about what you heard so far tonight? If you're not going to sleep, I wonder if you're still with me. I know I've been up for a while.
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. No, I ain't really nothing. I'm gonna just let you close it out, man. But yeah, it's because it was going over a lot, so I don't want to take it any longer. But yeah, man, just main goal as usual is just to stay on the right side of things. You know, in order to be in the kingdom of the Most High, man, we gotta just stay in law, and you know, that takes discipline and consciousness. You know, you gotta be aware of everything that you're dealing with, and stay disciplined in order to stay in law. You know what I mean? And
That's it, bro.
yeah, man. So yeah, man, that's what I'm dealing with it right from there. You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna keep rolling with it like that, man.
Yeah,
So
bro.
yeah,
And hey, that law and get that pen and bro. We close. We getting there. We getting there. Pretty soon we gonna be able to move freely. And I'm
yeah,
thankful.
man. Like you said, all the way freed up.
That's it, bro. I appreciate you too.
No, you too, bro. Always appreciate you taking the time out to build.
Yeah, man. I love the fact that you here, bro. For real. I love that we can build together.
Nah,
You know what I'm
man, and you know
saying?
I love that you here as well, bro. Like that's why I'm here tapped in with you, bro, because I enjoy like building and like you said, growing every time
That's
I
it.
tune in. Yep.
Love you, bro.
Love you too, bro.
All right. Brother
Peace.
Alfonso, are you there, my brother? Just want to know if you still hanging in here with us.
And
Or if you fellas, oh, you here?
yeah, that's when I get all my work done this time of night. Everybody else, the phone ain't ringing. You know, I got studies going on. I got everything going. What's jumping?
Say
Yeah.
that part again for Alfonso.
I said, yeah, that's when I get a lot of my work done this time of night, because then I don't have the phone ringing or whatever. Then I don't get that much distracted.
I hear you, bro. And you're a busy man. You got a lot of knowledge that you're doing as well. I told you, maybe tomorrow, 'cause I know right now we probably get ready to go and it's kind of late. But
All right.
tomorrow,
Give me a holler.
we can have a conversation.
All right, just holler at me. Holler at me, you know. Yeah, you already know I'm busy, but yeah, just give me a holler.
I got you, bro. Now I know the phone's going in and out still on my side, but I know on your side it can be heard in the
Yeah, I got you. You hear
man, this
me?
mother going in and out. I can barely hear anything.
You
Well,
hear me?
I'm
All
glad
right.
you're here, bro. And I know you be working, bro. So I'm glad you're still here with us, man.
Oh man, I'm here. Yeah.
And I appreciate you.
All right, Doc. All right,
All
then
right.
I'll talk to you in the morning.
Say again.
Talk to you later today. In the.
I look forward to hearing from you in the morning. Me and my wife.
Okay. All right. Give me a holler.
All right. Well, for everybody else, I thank everybody for coming, but also like for y'all to know that and remember that I am that Mikael in Daniel chapter 12, verses 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's me. Showing the holy people who they're really supposed to be. Waking them out of their dead beds, which is really in their heads. For all of you who's living in the new, this is for you. I'm the same Mikael in Revelations 12, battling that red dragon where Satan dwells, who deceiveth the whole world but prevaileth not, because the horn is blown without a doubt. This was prophesied for you to see that Mikael is really me. We're gonna smile way out, and then I'll be looking forward to seeing anybody else that's coming through this way on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube Live, YouTube itself on the Sabbath, which will be our next time coming on for you. But also tomorrow, for those who choose that I have talked to so far that choose to come in on the introductory to Solomon class of knowledge. This is our first day tomorrow on the 2nd. Other than that, Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shekebo Vakuto Violam Vaed Hallelujah. Hear, O Israel, Yah our Father is one Father. Blessed be thy glorious kingdom forever and ever. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for the reading of the word. Thank you for all you've done, been doing, and planning to do. Thank you for giving us a conscious and understanding mind to understand what your word says and what you're going to do through your words and through your law. We thank you for all you've done, been doing, and planning to do. We praise you, bless you, and love you. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And for anybody that'd like to get in contact with me, you're welcome to call or text me at my number, which is 770-572-5315. That's 770-572-5315. And you can also email me at lkhyym@gmail.com. That's lkhyym@gmail.com. You can also catch me on my YouTube and my X, formerly known as Twitter. Excuse me. On my X, formerly known as Twitter. My X, formerly known as Twitter, which is Juice Pro 33. That's my YouTube and my X, formerly known as Twitter, which is on YouTube. Juice Pro 33. That's JUICEPRO 33. JUICEPRO 33. All together, one word. And also my Instagram and my TikTok. My Instagram and TikTok is L'chaim_the juice. That's LKH, underscore THEJUICE. That's LKHYYM underscore THEJUICE. That's and also my other TikTok is Michael the Juice Harris, all together, in the engine, which is MICHAELTHEJUICEHARRIS. That's Michael the Juice Harris on TikTok, right? And my Facebook is Mikael Harris, which is MI''CHAEL space HARRIS. That's MI''CHAEL space HARRIS. Now, if you want to see the full Zoom or the full video, you can see that on YouTube under video. Besides YouTube, you can see the separate ones under live on YouTube, Juice Pro 33. But the full video is on YouTube under video that is. And the full version is also under Patreon and also Rumble. Patreon.com/LKHYYM. And the full video is under rumble.com/LKHYYM. Rumble.com and Patreon.com/LKHYYM. And now for the platforms or the YouTubes, how you can catch me on Zoom and the time that we come on. We're on Zoom and we come on Sundays at Fight Fire with Truth. It's called Sunday, 9 o'clock after Sunday, 9 o'clock p.m. after Sunday, which is the night after Sunday. It's 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Then tonight, Mikael's Knowledge of Truth, which is 9 o'clock after Monday Eastern time. 9 o'clock after Monday Eastern time. And that's Mikael's Knowledge of Truth. Then we have the Assembly of the Righteous on the Sabbath day, which is Saturday at 12 p.m. evening, which is noon. In the evening, which is noon, at the sun before the sun starts going down, or at the sun starts to go down, in the evening, beginning of evening, that is, noonday on the Sabbath at 12 p.m. We're right here with Assembly of the Righteous, and everything is is Eastern time. Now, also to share with you, we're starting tomorrow, which will be tomorrow during the evening, 6 o'clock in the evening. We're going to start Solving Class of Knowledge. This is the introductory to Solving Class of Knowledge. There will be an NDA for anybody that wants to participate, because we want to make sure that we're covered in case somebody want to take the information and want to mix it with anything else that would not be our fault. That's not gonna, so everyone that's gonna participate, there will be an NDA to be signed for to be in those groups, classes, however you want to say it. Other than that, I thank you for your time, your patience, your listening ear, and your seeing eye. I appreciate, love you all. And other than that, y'all have a great night. I see you soon. G1, since you've been on the longest, I appreciate you, my brother, and my brother Alfonso. He's gone already, but y'all have a great night. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I'll see you when I see you. And everybody else on Zoom, which is
Good.
the
I'll
full
catch you tomorrow,
version.
bro. Peace.
Peace and love, bro. Have a great night.
You too. Peace.
Peace.